open up this floor. Y'all can finish the build. I'm about to get prepared though. We are recording, so please be aware of that. And let's do this.
Hello?
Islam, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play some meditation
Islam.
music in the background. That way we won't have no dead moments too much.
Right.
That way, the way it goes, we can have something going. Islam.
So do we want to finish discussing that what we was talking about in another room? On the record.
Y'all go ahead. I'm about to pull up the our opening. We gotta open up the temple.
Okay.
So we're gonna open up with divine supplication and prayer.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hold off on that then.
Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and open up for us. All right, let's do this, baby. All right, begin all prayers and thinking by using El Kalum, the All, prayer of the Ansars. O Heavenly One, the Most High, who is sustainer of all the worlds, we do accept the duty you have laid on us to clean up the filth made by the West and its non-Semitic fools. O my sustainer, we beseech you to keep your hands over us, to control the strings of the courses of our lives, our sustainer. And if we do wrong, please show thy divine blessings and forgiveness on us. You are the only one that can raise us true followers of the news bearers, and in thy name we carry on. An anthem for all. All right. I'm about to go through these 19 affirmations. We accept this fact, the daily affirmation of loyalty of the children of the Elohim. We accept this fact, the eternal laws of nature as revealed through science, past events, logic, and common sense, revealed as right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We accept this fact, the highest laws of nature is the cooperation and harmony of all living things. We accept this fact, our way of life as a means to the best end. We accept this fact that loyalty is the greatest of all honors and treason is the worst of all crimes. We accept this fact that what is good for the Holy Tabernacle is the highest virtue, and what is bad for the Holy Tabernacle is the ultimate evil. We accept this fact that the Holy Tabernacle is the finest and noblest organization for all humanity created by circumstances, and the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek is the noblest of fraternities on and above this planet. We accept this fact that the creativity, love, and cooperation are the essence of success. We accept this fact that truth and facts are always and has always been the originator and creator of all success. We accept this fact that all worthwhile cultures and civilizations came about from the ancient Sumerians and Kamite Egyptians and the Anunnaki or Elohims from the heavens, without which there would be none. We accept this fact that for the Holy Tabernacle to survive, expand, and advance, we need, first of all, a revolution of values and thoughts, which must start within each person by being truthful with themselves and about themselves. Therefore, we completely and categorically reject all myths, fictions, religions, and lies that have not been proven. That would include your heavens, your hells, your hellfire, and brimstone, your horn and pitchfork devils, your winged angels, and your old man God character sitting on a throne up there somewhere. We deal strictly with facts. If you can't prove it, we don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean we won't listen to you. Just don't expect us to accept your beliefs by virtue of a title such as reverend, pastor, deacon, imam, sheik, rabbi, minister, theologian, etc. That is your sensationalism, and we deal with just the facts. We accept this fact that the only true revolution is a war of good against evil, right against wrong, fairness against unfairness, loyalty against disloyalty, sincerity against insincerity, honesty against dishonesty, and this war is fought within each person amongst the agreeable and disagreeable Elohims that make up your willpower. We accept this fact that the unity of our community and its success will only happen with cooperation with all involved. We accept this fact that the total unification of all humanity on the basis of truth, that is, accepting people and races for who and what they are, respecting their culture, their languages, and their beliefs, and expect the same. We accept this fact that the human race, its biological and cultural heritage is now under attack by our own morals, our self-righteousness, our desire to control industry. And these things attack the very existence of humanity. We accept this fact that males as well as females are equal in all things and should be dealt with as partners in all matters. We accept this fact that no one race of people is better than the other. In fact, no one wins the race in racism. We accept this fact that communication between different people is the cure to the ignorance that breeds the disease, hate. We accept this fact that a good and well-rounded education could prevent most of the ignorance that plagues the world. We accept this fact that the all is just that, the all. You can't take away from the all. You can't add to the all. We are all within the all as one. That is our concept of what you call a deity. To the fulfillment of these facts, we, children of the Elohim, forever pledge our lives, our sacred honor, and our spiritual zeal. All right, move on to the divine prayer and constitution. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, true peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my God, my salvation by day and by night, through his holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. The divine constitution and bylaws. Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the chairman of the Moorish Science Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the prophet and the grand body of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7. And love, true peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father, God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, true peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No member is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because the law is love. Act 4. All members must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part and a parcel of the government and must live a life accordingly. Act 5. The organization of the Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or overthrow the laws of the Constitution and said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men must proclaim a free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nation of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Omniversal Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey their father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. The divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Omniversal Ali, through the guidance of his father God Allah. Islam. True peace.
Islam.
Islam.
All right, so we're going to go to the Circle 7, chapter 25.
Can we bring up Noble?
Can we bring up Noble?
Who in body? Who is that?
He's in the crowd. Noble, actually Noble.
Yeah, he don't need to come up. He don't. He not gonna be speaking like that. We just letting the people up on stage that's talking, and they have.
Okay.
You have to know that they temple members already. My bad. No, I sent him to the gulag, to the audience. True. Yeah. Just, the whole royal governor situation is dealing with that. Making sure that everybody that's in the room is a temple member and pretty
Right
much a
on.
Moor and their nationality. So if they are, we can let them up on stage and speak. True peace.
Yes, Islam. Thank
Okay, so we're gonna move on to chapter 25 and 47 and 48 of the Circle 7. Okay. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna pull it up. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortune of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, and your love to each other. That is chapter 25 of the Moorish, the Holy Circle, the Circle 7, Holy Quran. And now I'm going to go to chapter 47 and 48. You want to read along? Egypt, the capital the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son, the dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren, who sovereign from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt, in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile, westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your forefathers were, you are today without a doubt or contradiction. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. These holy and divine laws are from the prophet Noble Joe Ali, the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meetings and guide it according to love, to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the Grand Major Temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet Noble Joe Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before that great and awful day that it should have come. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must profess its own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honor not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America, who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. Chapter 48. The End of Time and the Fulfilling of the Prophecies. The last prophet in these days is Noble Joe Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Jesus in those days to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive the divine creed which was to be taught by Jesus. In these modern days, there came a forerunner of Jesus who was divinely prepared by the great God of law, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam, and his name is Noble Joe Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of man, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the Prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc., that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of man under love, true peace, freedom, and justice. We, as a clean and pure nation, descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine fathers of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the Church of Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation, while we, Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah. I'm sorry, y'all. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God Allah had given thee. Come all ye Asiatics and hear the truth about your nationality and birthright, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. We are trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourself with the families of nations. With the families of nations, we honor all true and divine prophets. Islam, true peace. Can y'all hear me? True peace, no.
Yes,
Yes,
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. I think Noble Jihad is he's that's a more below. If you want to talk, you can come up. Islam. True peace, Noble.
Islam.
Welcome back, Noble. We just opened up the temple with the prayer, so we can go back into the discussion we was having beforehand. In light of, I guess, you know, the instructions that was given to us by the prophet, I guess we can go ahead and evaluate what we're talking about, according to that. Because, a lot of these brothers, they sell these processes and paperwork, and, uh, you know, they think they be getting away with it, basically. So we can pretty much read some of the Moorish literature and, just bounce off of that. And you go ahead and open the floor. True, welcome everybody to the World Temple, temple number 24, Unity Temple number 24. We are the World Temple, and true peace, everybody. Islam.
Islam.
Yeah, so the floor is open. Anybody got questions? Anybody topics y'all want to put on the floor? Bring to the floor. We can go ahead and address it, and or any questions, anything like that. Let's get into it, y'all. True peace.
Oh, God.
We don't got nothing just yet. I'll read to some things from the literature in between. You can go ahead, Charles, if you want. You with us, no? I don't know if you can hear us. You can hear me? He probably clicked out. When you come back to the floor, I'm pretty sure you want to bring that the topic that we was discussing up. But
Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
Can you hear me?
yeah, now I can, no, but go ahead.
Yeah. You talking about in regards to the other individual?
True peace. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, the individual Don Kalam, right?
True peace. That's right, no.
Yeah, the individual. It was like I think it was like 2018. The brother. I was dealing with child support issue, and I contacted this brother because he was talking nationality. He was supposed to create me a trust. He was
You
talking
in the
about
matrix, no.
creating me a 9A trust.
You in the
Okay,
matrix.
say that
You
again.
in the matrix. You breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You sound better.
Yeah, yeah. So I was having child support issues. So I contacted this brother, to basically create basically to help me with a solution, because that was one of the things that he was saying that he was knowledgeable in. Okay, so the brother told me to send him. It was like I think it was like, yeah, it was $2,000. So I sent the brother $2,000. I waited. The brother said, "Okay, I'm gonna do your nationality. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this." Okay, so days go on. The brother got my money, so I'm checking with the brother. I said, "Have you start?" I'm I'm messaging him, because I was talking to him through Facebook. So I'm messaging him. I'm like, "Okay, how long is it gonna take you, man? Are we gonna get this thing going?" So and also I had his number, so because he gave his number out too. I don't know what he do now because I ain't been keeping up with him. But I know back then he used to give out his number. So I'm texting. I'm like, "Okay, you going how long is this gonna take? You know what I'm saying? How long is what you saying that you're gonna do? How long is it gonna take?" So a lot of times, sometimes he wouldn't respond. He said, "I'm busy dealing with other clients and this and this and that." And so I just finally told the brother, like, what are you doing? And I put it out there. I say, "Brother, you know, you had my money, man, and you haven't, the brother wasn't communicating with me, wasn't telling me what was going on, you know, he was just saying he was busy with other clients, okay?" And so, you know, I called the brother out on it, and the brother basically, disconnected and ran off with my money. You know what I'm saying? When I called him out on
Okay. Uh, shit. Cause we actually know him,
it. Right,
so we can remedy that situation. Um, we
yeah, the brother owed me
actually do
money.
know.
You know what I'm saying? And I was on a time when I
Right,
was,
right, right. Respect.
because I was on a
Islam.
time when I was struggling financially. You know what I'm saying? And the brother ran off with my money. You know what I'm saying? And that wasn't appreciated at all.
Right,
Okay.
right, right. That's totally overstood, Noble. That's totally overstood. It's just the thing is, we're looking at him right now since he has a. How can I say? We know a couple of people that actually worked through him and got in his eye. Like he's pretty much perfected that side of things now, as far as things go, or at least as far as the knowledge that he knows, certain processes, IDs, certificates, things like that. Um, there are certain things I would like to ask him about to see if he really knows, but we were actually, yeah, we were actually considering him allowing. We were considering allowing processing through him, like certain things.
Yeah,
But if he but if he
he's a
doesn't,
potential
you
vendor
know,
for.
oh, excuse me, Noble. Pardon.
I was saying he's a potential two piece. I was saying he's a potential vendor.
Right, right, right. But this is a good. This would be a great moment to actually bring him up and uh and
Yeah, I
and
would actually like
and
to
see
speak
see
with him,
how
and
his character.
I actually like to speak with him and question him, like, what's up? Where my money is? You
Yeah.
ran off with my,
Well, we
you
we
know.
can because I want to on another topic, but and kind of focus on the temple. But we can schedule a tribunal. I just let them know. That's pretty much what we can do. So uh, that's no worries, man. Uh,
Yeah,
just we can like I say, schedule a tribunal because stuff like that we can't be having that going in our community, and that's why we have what we have set up. We can remedy situations in a peaceful manner and handle this in love, true peace, freedom, and justice. So I want to go ahead and read some things from the prophet. Uh, read this warning from the prophets. It says, "For all governors and grand sheiks and head officials of all temples, renew your acts, amend your ways, because the great conference is on its way, and then it is where the law will be enforced before the great body. The continuance of the present officers in the temple will depend on your past good work. Those who have been delinquent may now know that they will not be tolerated any longer. Because this great divine and national movement must move on according to law, these things shall be proclaimed. There is no favorite in any of the temples, for the law is laid down, and everyone who claims a part of the work must be governed accordingly. All are one. There is but one temple in this nation, and there is but one prophet of the temples. I come to speak to all nations, bringing them a message of love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And the head of every temple, if anyone has violated these divine laws, it will mean his discontinuance. For no man is to be under the influence of intoxicating liquors, nor seek to tear up the families while under the influence of evil motive, nor will he speak anything that will prejudice the minds of the public against the divine movement. If any of these laws are violated, anybody, Grand Sheik or Sheiks, can file charges against the violation to the Grand Body over which the Prophet presides. This power is vested in 7 or more Sheiks to the protection of your temple and the divine movement. The Prophet, Noble Joe Ali, the founder of the Moorish Temple of America. So that's how you handle situations if you have a problem. If you have a problem for for a problem with your Grand Sheik, like we was discussing earlier.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, yeah, if y'all got anything else we can touch, y'all want to touch on, bring to the floor, address. It's perfect time to talk about fellowship and projects, things that we need to do for the temple. Uh, or any literature y'all want to read over, we can read the Holy Tablets, or play a lecture or something like that if you want, and pretty much enjoy our holy day. Happy holy day, Noah.
Can we just? Oh, pardon me. I didn't mean to cut you off.
True peace, true peace. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, can we go ahead and real quick just run down the schedule for the week for the things the classes that we do have and the events that we do have during the week here at Clubhouse.
You can read that if you want.
Yes, yes. The events list. Uh,
Making noise. Yeah, we can't forget to log our hours and time in too as well.
right on, right on. Did you just do that, or should I do that?
Do what?
Log.
Yeah, you can go ahead and read it.
No, no, I was talking about the logging in part. Excuse me. I apologize. I don't have those documents in front of me right now. I'm actually looking for them on my computer.
All you gotta do is go to the school. It's in your trust. Should be in your trust. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can build on it. No.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I know I know you mentioned that I didn't want to be inappropriate, but yeah, but when I was dealing with Temple 13 out of Maryland, you know, the Grand Sheik Joe Bratton Bay, again, me and him, I already told you, and I do appreciate you giving me the proper etiquette on how to deal with that situation. Um, you know, me and the brother would build and talk every day, you know, and you know. uh we were you know, he was, you know, he would educate me about you know, some of their processes, and you know how they were you know, how their processes were, you know, how they were you know, how their processes could benefit, and you know, and again, I never really saw anybody again directly benefiting from it. So that was one of the things that, you know, I was dialoguing with him trying to figure out. But you know, he talked about a case that he had, you know, but again, like I told you, you know, chaplain, the case was from like, I think it was like from the 80s. So the administration that I guess that they got their approval. I'm not saying that the case is still not valid, but the administration that approved it, and you know, I guess approved in their processes, they were no longer in power. So you know, they are, you know, they were broadcasting like they like this thing was operable and you can get benefits, but you know, they still didn't have everything together like they were claiming. Okay, and but anyway, that's beside the point. Let's talk about my experience. That's one of the things that, and that's one of the reasons why you know, I'm not with them, because again, it's just not. It just wasn't as advertised. Um, you know, again, I got some insight from, you know, people that were directly in it. You know, they were, you know, because they're making it seem like the process is approved by the government and you're legit, but you know, they were still getting pulled over, and you know what I mean. That's cool, and I mean, no, that's not cool, because they were advertising like everything was said, and you know, they got the proof from the government, and you know, it just wasn't what they were making it seem like. Okay, and anyway, but that's beside the point. um well, it's not beside the point, but that's one of the things I wanted to mention about them. The main thing that I want to talk about is my experience with him. Okay, at first everything was good with me and the Grand Sheik. His name was Joe Bratton Bay out of Temple 13, Maryland. You know, we would dialogue and talk every day, um, and 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 this is something that I didn't mention to you, Chaplain. Um, you know, I noticed a change. I noticed that change in him when I presented some information to him. I noticed that change. I'm just gonna say I noticed that change when I presented some information to him. You know, and you know, we would talk. He was real humble, and you know, accepting and welcoming, and always accepting my call. We would dialogue for long periods of time. And then, like I said, I called him one day, and he had this um, like this impatient, "Why are you bothering me?" spirit, you know. And again, I could read people's energies. I understand where it was coming from, you know, because like I said, um, is right after I revealed this information is when he started acting like that. When he acted like that toward me, you know. Before then, it was all good. It was all welcoming, but Um, at this particular time, he just happened to be so busy where he couldn't, you know, talk to me, and why he was so where I was irritating him because I called him when, you know, I called him before, and he never had a problem with it. And like I said, the tone in which he spoke to me, and like I said, it wasn't so much what he said, it was the tone, and it's basically, it was like, well, leave me alone, why are you bothering me? That's basically what he said without saying it. So that, and after that, I kind of left it alone because that was a turnoff for me. So I just kind of left it alone. But I just wanted to talk about that experience. And again, you did speak about, understanding where that's coming from. But my thing is, me personally, I look at how I operate in life. No matter what I'm going through in life, me personally, I don't take it out on other people. You know what I'm saying? When other people come to me, I don't take it out on other people. So, you know, um, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
Don
nobody's
put his foot in his mouth.
say that again.
I say Don just put his foot in his mouth.
Yeah. So, yeah. So,
Yeah, because
that
I
was,
just invited him to come in so he can speak up on his own behalf. He started cursing me out. Like, okay, I'm not the Grand Sheik to curse out.
that's a sign of guilt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go ahead, Noble.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, but
you know,
you know,
that, it what, and I know nobody is perfect. So I can understand. But what stood out to me about the Grand Sheik this happened right after I revealed the information too. So that's what kind of stood out. Cause ain't nobody perfect. I can forgive. But it's just like right after I revealed that information to you, you start acting funny, and then you kind of, so that was a turn off. So I just left it alone after that. You know what I'm saying? Cause I just felt, I just felt like I didn't. I said, nah, I'm good. I don't want to deal with it anymore. So, you know, yeah, man. That's just my experience, man. And it's just been my experience. I'm gonna just tell you, man. It's just is you know what, and it's been my
been my
experience with
experience with
with a lot of people in the conscious black community, man. It's like they they flip on you, man. They'll flip on you, man. It'll be harmonious, and I'm gonna tell you, me, I I I I I expect the good out of everybody. You know, I'm an honorable person. If I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. So I expect the same. Like the brother Don Kalam, he said I gave him that money in good faith that he was gonna do what he said he was gonna do, and the brother turned around and burned him. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I trusted him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was knowledgeable. He seemed like a cool guy. So I said, let me take a chance. And he burned me. And that's just the example of how we do each other. You know what I'm saying? We we do things in good faith. And like I said, the Grand Sheik in good faith. I was building with him, and then all of a sudden he just turned, flipped on me. So I was done after that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just didn't feel welcome no more. You know what I'm saying? And for me, it was mighty funny that after I shared the information with you, you started acting like that. So that's why I just left it alone after that. And I didn't even make a big deal about it, but I just left it alone. I just left it alone. And I mentioned to another brother, the other brother that had introduced me. I told
I
him
told him,
what my experience was, and I told him, I said, based on that, I'm good. I'm not going, I don't want to deal with them anymore. And then, like I said, especially, you know, that in conjunction with, the documents and the paperwork, not really being any benefit. I didn't really see any benefit because I didn't know anybody who had benefited, and from what I heard, people were getting arrested, and so obviously what they were claiming wasn't well, it wasn't like they were advertising. And my thing is with this and with our people, we need to stop, you know, um, you know, uh, advertising stuff if it's not so. Let's be real with each other. You know what I'm saying? Let's not let's not deceive each other. So so that's that's just one of the big things that that turned me off about that situation. So yeah, I just wanted to speak on that, and I yield.
I, I just basically told him, if I get any ounce of evidence, I'm putting the lien on him. He ain't gonna be able to do none of that no more. Cause we're not gonna play. We're not gonna keep doing this with people, man. So I just read the warning from the prophet, and see, they don't get it.
Yeah, the brother had me. I did a Walmart to Walmart to that brother. You know what I'm saying? And it was like $2,000. And the brother ran off with my money, man. Brother ran off with my money.
That's why we on the blockchain, bro. Cause all this stuff that's going on is
Do you still
ridiculous.
have that receipt?
I don't have it anymore.
Where did you send it from?
I sent it from it was a Walmart to Walmart transaction. I sent it from it was in Michigan. He was in Arizona. He was in Arizona, and I'm looking like he doing videos in California, and he putting up videos of him in California, and he say send it to Arizona. I'm like, you got a video up there and you in California? How you got me sending this to Arizona? So
Have you heard of the girl that did the videos about him?
I haven't.
It's a girl that got videos about him.
What is she saying?
I'm really about to inform the chick he been working with too, cause I hope she ain't involved in these scams. Cause they over here doing lectures on these 1099 OID, and I wonder if people really getting the help they need, cause they charging $1,000 just to teach people about this stuff, and this stuff is like free information.
Right, right. I mean, for to me, with him, it looked like he about a money grab because he be all on social media flashing money and just down talking people. I mean, and to me, it seemed like it's about a money grab for him. From my experience. You know,
He can legally
but
consult, but he can't defraud you out of something that's actually free. You know what I mean? Like you can
right.
go to IRS and learn about that stuff.
Yeah, like he charged me for nationality. That was one of the things that he was supposed to do. Help me with. He charged me for that.
Yeah, I believe.
And ran off with my money.
I believe. My brother A already told me. I'm about to go to his page. I'm about to let him know. But yeah, I'm gonna read some things from the prophet because that's basically what the prophet been talking about. Even while he been in the ethereal realms, it's the same message. All right. It said the prophet makes a plea to the nation. Our divine and national movement stands for the specific grand principles of love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And I, the prophet, am applying to all loyal, faithful Moors, members, and American citizens to help me in my great uplifting acts of uplifting fallen humanity among the Asiatic race and nation. For I have suffered much and severely in the past through misunderstanding of what the movement was dedicated to. It is the great God Allah alone that guides the destiny of this divine and national movement. I know all true American citizens are identified by national descent names to answer and apply to the free national constitution of this free national republic of the United States of America. That's why I'm calling on all true national citizens to help me morally and financially in my great work I am doing to help this national government. For without a free national name, without a descendant flag of your forefathers, there's not a national divine title of the government in which we live. This is from your true and divine prophet unto all American and foreign sympathizers, Prophet Noble Joe Ali. So these people supposed to be helping out with the emergency fund. So they basically committing treason. That's why he ain't want to come in. Like, if the brother really didn't take no money, you should be able to communicate. Who was that at the bottom? Did y'all see that? Who that was in the room?
Nah,
Yeah,
see, and
see,
and the thing is, see, I'm a little bit more political than just thinking that way. And I'm not
hold
saying that y'all are not, but the thing is, I'm saying I see things
on, hold on.
different sometimes. Like he could be in a position to where he's actually like at that time, bro. Y'all probably both were having bad money issues, but the thing is, you know, he probably saw it as an advance and probably had the heart to come back and pay it. But
Stop
if
it. You
that's
hear me?
not the case at all, well then definitely he needs to be
Stop it.
reprimanded. No, I'm just putting out different
Stop it.
scenarios. No,
No,
that's all.
hold on. I'm trying to talk about something else. Who was that was just in the room that left? I ain't see who that was. Did y'all see who that was in the room?
The only person I saw come in and out was the Noble Kaza. I mean, not Kaza. I'm sorry. The
No,
other
I think
brother.
that probably was West. True Peace. I think that was West. Yeah, I think
But
that was
what I
West.
was saying about that though is that if he was in a predicament to where he needed money at that time and wasn't able to do that stuff, then still he should be a man about his business and a true Moor, not a dirty Moor, and at least try to recompense a brother back somehow or another. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
even
yeah,
if
I
it's a
mean,
payment plan or something.
before all that, I don't want to go into it like that. Before all that, we need to have a tribunal.
Indeed,
So,
agreed.
um, it says, think this over, you Moors. All sheiks, grand sheiks must prepare for the prophet before he comes to visit them. Must see to it that all is clean and in perfection as far as comfort is possible, or otherwise don't arrange to have his presence. All members should pay from 25 cents to 50 cents weekly toward the emergency fund. This fund will increase so that it will soon amount to the grand sum of $1,000. That is, if you are loyal Moors. The emergency fund goes into the bank. The treasurer will tend to the responsibility of seeing that the money is in the bank. Yes, and under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Finance. When needed, act according to the law pertaining to the procedure of performing an emergency act. No head of any temple is to borrow from any member more than $5 to $10 unless by notification of the prophet the necessity for the loan. When any said temple desires to purchase property, they must notify the grand body or the prophet, and it must be purchased under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America or Noble Joe Ali. An individual name should never be applied. I, Noble Joe Ali, am responsible for all finance. So therefore, let me, the prophet, and know what is on me. I guess he's saying, so therefore, let me, the prophet, know what is on me. Some of you have slipped and slipped drastically, so you had better lace up your shoes before I get there. Every business transaction or anything pertaining to finance is to be transacted in the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America or Noble Joe Ali. We, Moors, must maintain a grand treasurer, just as in the days of our forefathers. Then you are a nation. Until then, you are nothing. The emergency fund is issued by no book, but by an emergency card punched according to the contribution, then marked on book. That is the law, and the law must live. The government is behind me, and I must get behind you, for I must uphold and enforce the law. My mission is to save you Moors. The head of all temples, Grand Sheiks must conform to the divine principles, love, true peace, freedom, and justice. They must live the life amongst the members and be loved even as the prophet is loved. They must not practice the principle of segregation among any group in his or her temple. Let it be he or she that is head of any temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that if there should come any grievance that cannot be settled, Islam, true peace, that cannot be settled by the head, notify the prophet at once. No member is to attend adab chamber that has not lived a moral and a clean life and has not paid his or her dues or assessments, providing that he or she is working or able, cannot consider himself a Moor, but traitor, must be excluded from the books after having fair trial by the head of their temple, and that must be sent into the grand body. All members are able to subscribe towards the uplifting fund because it takes finance to uplift the nation. And those that are able and fail to act are not Moors, but traitors to their cause and trust in their nation, and are not allowed to share all the Moorish honors. And the penalty is, it is embezzlement of the faith of our creed. All heads of all temples must observe these laws by the prophet. Islam?
Islam.
Islam.
It say the temple tax is necessary. This is why I'm gonna be able to lean him if he don't. You understand what I'm saying? Because these people think they can act up in one temple and then go run and do some crazy stuff in another temple. It don't go down like that. Because all I got to do is write another letter from Grand Sheik to Grand Sheik explaining what is going on. You understand? And it's funny you talking about Temple 13, because I'm gonna talk to you in private about that, later on. But it's funny that you came from there, because some stuff that I had to deal with recently. But it says the temple tax convention votes unanimously tax paid monthly. So the temple tax is paid monthly, and the dues. Because of the fact that the expense of the operation of the temple is increasing so fast that it was found necessary to vote a tax to the prophet to carry on the work. This ideal was concurred with the Supreme Grand Council. This act is so arranged that it will not be a burden to any of the temples, but the prophet is very empathetic that it shall not be ignored. The expense of operation has hitherto been taken care of with funds received from the manufacturing department, and it was found that it was a burden on that department. Hence the tax was necessary. This tax is 25 cents per month per capita. This will mean that the numerical strength of the temple will bear the proper share of the responsibility of operation. This per capita tax is intended to supply all members alike, governors and grand sheiks included. The governor or officer in charge of each temple will cause a report to be rendered to the Supreme Grand Business Manager of the Supreme Grand Council, 3140 Indiana Avenue, Chicago, which will specify and itemize the following number of adepts, number of ministers, number of new members taken in each month, or those who join after the rendition of the last report. 25 cents must accompany the name of each such member as the representation tax. The per capita tax collection begins November 1st, 1928. All concerned will save themselves penalized if they render their reports promptly and specifically, because otherwise it will necessitate a representative calling on such delinquent temples and auditing their books, which expense will be borne by the temple. All governors and other officers will be held responsible for the representation tax and report by order of the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So what that mean, Kaba?
Say that again.
What that mean, y'all? What I just read.
Are you talking about the dues and stuff?
The taxes, yeah.
Basically, is let me get my understanding. Are you saying that each temple should pay a tax? I mean,
Yeah, based
should
on
pay
what
a
I read
tax?
straight from the prophet. That's right.
Right, right. Yeah, that's what I got from it.
This
And
last
that's
part
kind.
right there. It
Say that
says,
again.
I'm talking about this last part. I'm gonna read it again.
Go ahead.
Islam. It say the per capita tax collection begins November 1st, 1928. All concerned will save themselves penalized if they render their reports promptly and specifically, because otherwise it will necessitate a representative calling on such delinquent temples and auditing their books, which expense will be borne by the temple. All governors and other officers will be held responsible for the representation tax and report by the order of the Prophet Noble Jew Ali. What is that?
Okay, so basically these temples they gotta account. They gotta do some accounting for what they doing with their money, right?
That right. That right. Who doing the audit? Who has done the audit? We got the reports, but are we doing audits, real audits?
Right, right. I don't think that's going on because pretty much these temples doing their own thing. So obviously, from my
Right.
understanding,
There
there's
you go.
nobody doing audits. There's
That's
no
what I
unity.
was getting
Everybody
at.
doing their own thing, and that's one of the things that we talked about. Remember, I was saying bringing some uniformity and some oneness with this whole thing nationwide.
That's right. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's right. And so with the temple dues, uh, you know, that's pretty much where we going with what we have established on the Bitcoin blockchain, and now taking that back into the legacy finance structure with coming in doing the forensic accounting and basic accounting and general account, keeping everything up according to the general accounting principles and gas. So uh we know what we're looking at. The people around us, they're getting trained in accounting to do this. And now that we have our actual temple officers that are actually trained by way of this, these people that are adepts as ministers, now that they say that they passed the bar 7 times over, they're going to really have to show some type of effort in that type of work, because we should have firms and things like that already able to come into syndication. You get what I'm saying? And complete the manifestation of what we're trying to produce. You follow me? Islam?
Islam.
I'm going to read another warning from the prophet. This warning is to all Muslims. And, I'm reading this because basically, this stuff keep coming up and it's all going to circumvent around. So it says, prophet warns all Muslims to be read in every meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose their confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. Peace. Noble Jew Ali. So, do y'all follow that warning? This warning gonna be read every week, every Friday. I don't get a chance to read it every Friday, but we read this every Friday, along with the warning that's supposed to come from the Grand Governor, because I'm not technically supposed to be up here talking this long, y'all. True peace, but that's where the assistant of the body politic come in, and the parliament. And this is why we've been talking about the things we've been talking about, Noble, because this kind of recollects on what me and you built upon earlier, correct? You know, in a sense of, you know, understanding God's the temple and we are that house of God. You follow? Islam?
Islam.
So uh, you know, the situations that we've been having in the room has been a lot of confusion because everybody has their own idea of, you know, outside of the prophet on how the temple is supposed to run. And that's not how things go. So there's been a lot of spiritual speculation. You get what I mean? You after our very first build should definitely understand what I mean, Noble Noble Shaza.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
if I may,
Go
chaplain,
ahead. True P. Go ahead.
and how can I say, just a little bit. Sometimes we get the other nonsense rhetoric about, oh, you know, sometimes the new people try to come in trying to act like Moors, and they don't understand. They're like, oh, well, that's old. That's the old ways. You know, times got to change and things like that. Sometimes they come in with the attitude like that, and we all know, you know, the laws are set in place for a reason, and all we're doing is following natural law. And let me know the last time oxygen changed its composition.
That right.
So
That right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's like we talked about, man. You know, you know, we gotta get to the point where we coming together on one page without ego, you know, and it gotta be about, you know, doing what's right. You know, I remember I told you, Chaplain, I
period.
said, I don't, what's the first thing I said? Because you shared, I thought I knew what I knew, you know, and when you shared with me what you knew, I was humble enough to say, hey, let me humble myself to this brother because he got information that I need, okay, that I don't know. And did I not humble myself to you, my brother?
That right. True praise. That's right.
But most of our brothers are not able to do that, and this is why we not able to come together because brothers don't want to humble themselves because they got certain interests. They probably might be making money or whatever their agenda is. You see a lot with these things. You know what I'm saying? I'm just calling it like I see it. I'm not being judgmental, but I'm being a realist because if I see it, I call it out. You know, and a lot of people don't like me for that, but I do call it. If I see it, I'm gonna call it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a yes man. I'm not gonna sugarcoat. I'm gonna call it out and call it for what it is, and that's what we got going on. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and we got to come to a point where, you know, we put the pride aside and you know and unify, man. You know, and that's gonna mean some people got to give up their positions, got to give up their power, and that's what they don't, and that's what a lot of these people are. That's what a lot of these cats is trying to avoid. So you know, but yeah, you know, it got to be about humility. You know, it got to be about humility.
Right. Right. Islam. Islam. These people out here scamming people left and right.
Man, man, yeah, it's sad. It's sad, Mo.
That is crazy, man. Islam. I'm gonna go ahead and read this little piece because I want to put this on the record because we all recording this so people can go back and hear what we're saying. So it is already in the court either way it goes. But we're gonna hold an official tribunal for this situation because you know uh, it's just tough when we dealing with stuff like that, and you got people who really need help and they being charged thousands of dollars to get their nationality, and we keep running into this same thing. We done had people, as the diplomat mentioned earlier, get all rowdy because we telling them nobody's supposed to charge you for your nationality. Now, what we just read is that you are supposed to pay your temple dues. You understand?
Absolutely.
So they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay some bill money. They don't want to put bill money or rent money down, but they like paying the con man that keeps calling every weekend, right? Or calling every day. You get it? It's like dealing with
Yeah,
somebody who loves scam callers, man. It's crazy.
that's why a lot of people that then came in here that been trying to finesse whatever they be trying to finesse. Uh, that's why they come with that, And I mean, it is what it is, man. Uh, it won't work, you know. Eventually, people gonna find out, because that person that's really serious about, proclaiming and living the life of a Moorish American, they're gonna go and read, and it's fun to the mental. You understand? They're gonna stick to the fundamentals. And that's just what
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, so I want to read this because this is one of the things that also gets said about people and what's going on. Noble Drew Ali wrote something that a lot of the people don't really pay attention to in the Moorish Science Temple of America, which now it is happening inside the Unity Temple. A lot of the influences that we are bringing is actually, is making changes, because things like what just happened tonight, people are able to see through, things that they experience with other temples and other things, that they had to go through with different people, because paperwork processing and all this stuff that people be pushing that got nothing to do with what the prophet brought, and got nothing to do with, what we supposed to be doing as a people and what our focus is supposed to be on. Islam?
Islam.
Islam. It says, what shall we call him? So often our journalists find trouble in selecting the proper name for the Moorish American. Some say Negro. Another will brand him race man. Still another will call him Afro-American. Then come colored, dark American, coon, where I'm at, coon, shine, brethren, and your folks. It is indeed a hard matter to find something suitable for the various occasions where a title needs to be used. Is it that these people have no proper name? Did they have a national name when first brought to these shores in the early part of the 17th century? If so, what was it? Did not the land from which they were forced have a name? It now appears a good idea for those whose duty it is to write for the various journals to find out what the national name of the forefathers of these people was. Also, look into the history of the founders of civilization and see who they were and where they stood in the building of the present civilization. Probably 2 hours in an up-to-date library would serve to relieve the strain on our men of letters. When the occasion presents itself for a title for these people, the matter of the various names given to these 22 million people with all colors of every race of the globe was an act of the European psychology. They gave him a name, then defined it as something inferior to theirs. White, they defined as a color of purity. Black, they say represents everything of evil. The Negro, as they were called in this nation, have no nation to which they might look with pride. Their history starts with the close of the Civil War, or more properly with his being forced to serve someone else. Thus, he is separated from the he is separated from the illustrious history of his forefathers who were the founders of the first civilization of the old world. This matter should be looked into with a hope of correcting it. I'm going to keep reading, forever reading the literature of the prophet. You want to know why? Especially when it comes to that. Because a lot of people miss what the master teacher did. And the prophet asked. But we have a lot of temples that are still stuck on this term and the rhetoric of being, Negro, black, and colored. And we need to find out what we were called, right? And the prophet just exposed that they called everything black evil.
Right.
So did the prophet know about Elizabeth and John D. 007?
I would
I would
assume so.
assume so. Right? He would have to know. It wasn't new information. Necromancy was around, right? The prophet taught about necromancy just like Malcolm X did. Most people didn't even know Malcolm X taught about necromancy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Islam?
That was Islam. You're absolutely correct. That's why he was more of a threat as well. But yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah.
That's right, true peace. So when it comes to these words about what we call ourselves, we already understand that they demonize the word black or anything to associate with dark, coon, all of that. So it don't matter what we decide to call ourselves. Is it in tune with our ancient forefathers? That's what he was saying, right?
Right.
So when we come and say that we are Nubians, that was the name. Nuba or Nebwa, that was an actual entity that came from outer space to this planet. They don't like to talk about the little pyramids that is in Nubia, right? Egypt, which is the old world, technically, to Egypt, right? A lot of these
Yep.
Moors go and get caught up in all these different branches of things and splinter things. The prophet is telling you where all these people that being part of all this confusion is going to end up. You understand? We don't have to chase down nobody. And the way that we do our tribunals, we don't have to physically reprimand anybody, do we? According to what the prophet said, right?
Right. If they feel a certain way, all they got to do is to turn their card in, either explain themselves and approach correctly, so that way the matter can be handled up more to more, or either turn in your card and walk away. That's simple as that. Simple as that.
Exactly. You know.
Because the prophet stands for unity and not disunity, correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So we got to give our people the tools so they can see through the people who try to bring them together in unity, but not in unified and divine love, right? Because as an individual, we will fail. A part of the all, we will succeed. So as
Right
the
on.
prophet said, and I'm not dealing with this no more because I shouldn't have to keep going over this, especially with somebody that is an adept and a minister. The prophet already said we do not preach the message of hate, especially to people in relationships. Where are we getting our advice from with our families? This is a family institution, right?
Right on. Right on.
So we shouldn't be suffering from welfare, the welfare program, and the other one I'm trying to think of yeah, that is welfare, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Islam, true peace. So, so all this stuff we dealing with from, the depression and whatever else our people are suffering from, we can't get to it if we don't actually, get the temple in order. We ain't got the treasury and the fund in order. We ain't what the prophet say. We ain't got what.
Anything else in order?
So that's why investing into the Moorish treasury is pretending. That's why him putting the mark at 1,000 is pretending. Because today's modern bonds start at $10,000. And uh uh what was I about to say? Hold on, let me go back.
Last thing you said was today's modern bonds are $10,000.
Now I was thinking about something. Spirit came through and said because I was gonna go, you know how we do. We about to go in our own direction.
Right.
Spirit came back and said, "Give them this." So
Right.
go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta find it though. It says that the fund will eventually become $1,000.
Right. That's actually what I was reflecting on right there. I'm sorry. You probably heard me thinking, no, but I apologize for that because right when you said that 10,000, I was reflecting on the fact that Noble Drew Ali was mentioning if we put in 10, what is it? 25 to 50 cents a week, every more, then it'll eventually add up to 1,000. And then now you said 10,000. So it's like, wow. So it's grown exponentially, like seriously since then.
That's right. That's right. Uh, I was trying to go to where it talks about the dues. It says memberships, sisters and brothers, is free, not only here but all over the world. The button is 25 cents, card 25 cents, and 1 month's dues is paid. Every member pays 50 cents a month for dues. The money goes toward the support of the temple. This, if not paid, does not entitle you to the protection that is provided for you, and especially if you are not working or in a position to work. If you neglect to fulfill this small duty assigned to you, how can you rightfully expect money or other help when you are sick or otherwise disabled? And to be a real Moorish leader, you must study the Qur'an and the divine constitution that is handed down to you by me, the prophet. The head of any temple can maintain an emergency fund which cannot exceed the amount of from 25 cents to 50 cents a week per member. All public collections and dues are to go to the support of the temple and its domestic work. The head of every temple must, by law, obey the word of the prophet, and if any head leader, or head of any temple fails to obey these laws, embezzlement is his charge. It is subject to the enforcement of the law by the grand body, and the penalty may be a fine or removal from office or being placed under a very heavy restriction of the law. Okay. Now, hold on, Doc. Hold on, Master Teacher. He about to come through, y'all. He's gonna beam on us. Hold on. Master Teacher coming through, y'all.
This is Monday.com CRM.
All right. So, that right there, because the bond would be 1,000 eventually for like I said, for Moors that show if they are loyal, right, and faithful, they'll eventually be able to pay up to $1,000 per contribution. What I want to go back to, that's what I was looking for. Okay, now I remember. But the spirit came through and say, point out what did Noble Drew really establish what he said with the temple tax assessment. If we're supposed to pay this temple tax, right? What did Noble Drew really establish for us, y'all? Two piece.
A trust.
He said a trust.
Yes.
That right. And what else?
A treasury.
A treasury. So what happened after 1929?
Oh man, hold on. That's a good question right there. Please, please teach. Please go.
Hey, y'all want the proof? It's right here. Y'all want to know how to operate? It's right here. Islam, true peace.
Islam, true peace.
That's why protocol matters over just people talking out the neck, out their ass. Excuse my French. You know what I mean? So this shows. So it said the per capita tax collection begins November 1st, 1928. All concerned will save themselves penalized if they render their reports promptly and specifically, because otherwise it will be it will necessitate, a representative calling on such delinquent temples and auditing their books, which expense will be borne by the temple. All governors and other officers will be held responsible for the representation tax and report. What are we talking about here, Moors? Islam? True peace?
I didn't catch some of that. Noble, I apologize. You sounded like the Matrix to me over here on this side.
Yeah, it was kind of fuzzy.
Choppy? I got you. I'll read
Yes.
it. It said the per capita tax collection began November 1st, 1928. All concerned will save themselves penalized if they render their reports promptly and specifically, because otherwise it will necessitate a representative calling on such delinquent temples and auditing their books, which expense will be borne by the temple. All governors and other officers will be held responsible for the representation tax and report. True peace?
Oh, so they should have started auditing. They should have started auditing right there.
Yeah, he gave us
Yeah.
capital and means to maintain that capital.
True
Thank you,
peace.
sister.
True peace, Noble. True peace. So
Yes, true.
he gave us a treasury, right? And so the last two things that we just read about the heavy restriction. What is a restriction, y'all? What is a heavy restriction against an officer of the temple? What that mean? Islam? True peace.
A heavy restriction against the officer of the temple. Uh, you say a heavy restriction?
Mm-hmm. What's in law? What would be considered a heavy restriction?
Taxation?
And I'm almost in a sense, but it's not taxation. It's not a tax.
My mind says some kind of reprimanding.
Reprimanding. A lien.
It's like a regulation. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like a regulation, like almost like a regulation upon any contracts that would be served in that purpose. Am I correct?
That's correct. That's where the heavy restriction will come in, because that is a contracting temple officer. So therefore, that contracting temple officer is therefore, if they move in dishonor, they're subject to a what?
Provision. I'm thinking like being able to like revise that contract.
What happens when you get a mechanic to fix your car and you don't pay that mechanic? What happens? What does that mechanic go and do?
He gonna put a lien,
He gonna put a lien.
a mechanics lien on that vehicle and get possession of it.
That right. So if you go and do something in dishonor, what happens to you as an officer of the temple? You get a heavy restriction, aka what?
A lien.
A lien. So this is why I'm putting this on record, because people be playing around selling people processes. You understand? And when we go to address them, we're addressing people in good faith. We didn't go at anybody belligerent, and let them know that the communication is open for them to communicate and stand in honor. But if they are not coming in to move in good faith, and they don't have the evidence that pretty much support their claim and what they're standing on, it kind of make it hard for us to not believe the other party that's saying such and such and such and such. Of course, the proof of claim for the burden is upon, the person proving the claim. But if you present a claim and in honor that person does not respect that claim in some type of at least some type of conditional acceptance, then they are in dishonor. You understand? Islam? True peace?
Islam.
Yes, absolutely. Islam.
So that's why there's no point in getting all extra angry. And, if you're right, you're right. Facts is facts. Truth is truth. Now, sometimes you might have to, hey, because you're getting out of line. that don't even make any kind of divine logical sense. Or divine, divine wisdom of the divine mind. It don't make no logical sense. So this is why people who sell, people nationality and all these things could get in severe trouble. And the prophet made it easier for us to just spend $1. Come into the temple, give the temple $1 for your card, your button, and your ID. Today, $1 ain't worth $1. The dollar is actually inflated. So that dollar in 1928 is worth how much money right now?
Shoot, that dollar is probably worth about.
I think we looked this up last time in the last meeting that we had. And so that means I think that means $1. Okay, so $1 today would be $1 in 1928 is equivalent to $16 today. So basically, if this was back then, we'd have been paying $15, right? And I think this number ain't even telling the truth because, the fact of the matter is they then printed like crazy and, inflated the dollar and diluted the spending power. So now, we really can't even tell what's what, according to that. So, when it comes to temple dues today, this is why we have the temple bond starting at $10 worth of Bitcoin. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We have a temple pledge bond or a temple pledge. All our projects and instruments are on the Bitcoin blockchain. And, a lot of these temples, this is why they're doing what they're doing. We actually brought the whole awareness about cryptocurrency to the Moorish Americans, and it pretty much spread like wildfire throughout the nation. But we have the original affidavits, of acceptance, by the Moorish Science Temple of America, Unity Temple. And, this is something that has been mandated for all of the Moorish Science Temples of America. But we still stuck on following after, that which has nothing to do for us and our benefit. So a lot of people are going to miss, the power that they have, the resource that they have, and what the prophet started and what we're doing by actually making that a tangible thing. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Because now we can go in and actually audit these situations and actually know what we're doing. And we actually have a footing in the United Nations and in these other bodies and other things. And we're not just being, tossed around in this school of thought, tossed around in this school of thought. because we're dealing with somebody who don't really understand the different dynamics of all the different schools of thought, versus someone such as us coming, from that walk, that long journey on a short path, right? And, going through the actual sacred chambers and degrees that are, the actual reality in the actual academic sequence that we have laid things down in to help us come back in full, remembrance and things like that in this day and time. Islam?
Islam.
Because that's why a lot of people is off. They, they can't even remember what they planned yesterday. So, bear with them. Uh, but this is why, we miss a lot that's given in the temple because we're not sticking to the protocol. Like I said, me and you was talking about this earlier, Noble, about, just how you operate and deal with a grand sheik or an adept. And, we just read about it in the protocol. So, you wouldn't necessarily go outside of your temple. You would just go to the temple that actually chartered that temple. Y'all follow what I'm saying? Islam?
Islam.
So there's a lot of ill will and, twisted things going on with our people and the understanding and how they operate. Um, you know, we can't even get along from, yay to nay. So, from the things we were talking about earlier, this is what we understand, because we should be able to build with each other, get along with each other. 2 + 2 = 4, 2 × 2 = 4. But everybody don't be on the same page, especially, when it comes to emotions, and, they be everywhere. But the work that we got to do, we got to be focal in, and we got to actually put that effort in every day, every week. It helps with more people coming in because, that keeps us responsible. I'm here every week. And I open up every Friday and Sunday. But, more people that's in participation, coming into the school, putting in the work, bringing their children in, and we actually building, putting our dues in. Because if we was doing that and we put $1 in every day from every member that's sitting in the temple, we are wealthy. But we're so concerned about, I got to get a job, I got to get this, I got to get that, I got to get this, I got to do that. You follow me?
Islam.
Every day we disenfranchise ourselves. And I'm sitting here with a bag of goodies and equity and jobs. Islam? We sitting here with the compound interest structure that's going to be given back. They're trying to send our people into the slaughterhouse with dealing with these old same paperwork processes that get people locked up and don't be knowing what they're doing, don't even have a business structure together. And then, let alone, they're not coming into the temple with these businesses, as we just read, right, Islam? So that's treason against the people. And they don't want us calling these things out. That's why they run, duck, and hide and, use all that for our name. But when we start putting liens on them, federal liens at that, and now at this point, as you're saying, brother, right, nucratic liens, right?
Absolutely.
Y'all want to talk about this nucratic lien? Go ahead.
Wow. According to history, since all political parties stem from a nucratic party, then the highest lien on the land, according to political parties, must be the nucratic party. That's. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing the pattern, you know, and that's how it goes down. So, I mean, is that pretty much correct?
I mean, you can say that because they did have the Federalist Party, right?
The Federalist Party, but that came out afterwards, didn't it? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That also
Well,
came out of the Democratic Party as well.
true peace. I'm sorry. I'm saying far as in regards of modern day.
Mm.
So let's look it up. I'm gonna Google it real quick. It says the Federalist Party was the first political party in the United States. Okay,
Yes, yes, Islam.
Islam, true peace. So I'm about to send you that. So what does that mean from according to what you said?
Uh, it's Federalist is the first party of the United States, so that way, therefore, that was the highest lean of the land as far as body politics would be concerned.
That's called a federal lean, right?
Yes, yes,
And they had the Federalist Party, right?
yes, yes. I'm gonna look into this right now.
And now they have the federal what?
Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve. True peace, Nova Robert. Welcome to the temple.
Yes, yes. No,
And now they have the what?
I had said it. Federal Reserve. Is that where we're getting to?
Federal. That's right. Now they have the Federal Reserve, right? Which
Right.
operates the funding, the value, and the substance behind those liens, right? Islam, true peace?
Yes, yes. As a matter of fact,
Well,
yes. Islam. Yeah, it's starting to clear up. Okay, okay.
So what did we do in concession? What do y'all see from what we just discussed right here? What do y'all see that we did?
From what Noble Drew Ali was speaking of.
No, I'm saying as far as what you just mentioned in regards of the Federalist, Federal Reserve, the Federalist Party, the Nucratic Party, the Nucratic Lean. What do you see that we're doing, and where we're going?
We're
we
making
got the
sure
new
that they're
credit.
being held accountable
Right.
And how do we do that?
by making them pay up what their dues, or
And how do we do that?
by
Liens.
placing a lien, right?
By placing lien. But what type of lien?
A federal lien.
Satan can't cast out Satan, can he?
You sure right? Cannot, and most likely he would or not.
So why would it be a federal lien?
Okay, so so it's got to be a Nucratic lien, right? Since the Federalists came from the Nucratic, and Nucratic was ancient. Gotcha.
Yeah, but good only get rid of bull crap. We take that which is dirty and make it clean, versus the other rhetoric that people like to run with, right? Islam,
Yes, yes, Islam.
Islam.
because they don't want to put no real effort into nothing. I think they just gonna sit around and play with me. Truthfully. So, true peace. Notice that I just want y'all to retrospect. You notice the energy difference in the room and how many people we got in the room. True peace. Divine love
Yes,
to
yes.
everybody that's with us. I'm glad y'all here. I'm in good spirits, and we're gonna give out some good information tonight. Welcome to the temple. Please join the World Temple. I'm sorry that the website is down. That's a bummer. Oh man, we gotta get this site up. Hold on, let me put the link up. Either way it goes. Uh-oh. We got the Mufti in here. True P. Pull him up. Yeah, any of the moderators, just make sure y'all double check before you pull somebody up. Make sure they're an actual official temple member that's coming on stage. We got the brother Idris in here, so you can look out for us on that. True peace, no.
True peace.
True
That's the
peace.
word.
That's the word. Just working.
Islam.
Islam, no. Passing out the good information.
All right.
All right. So, where were we at? What was the last thing we were saying? Let's go back, recap. All right, it says the Federalist Party was the first political party in the United States under Alexander Hamilton. It denominated the national government from 1789 to 1801, became a minority party while keeping its stronghold in New England, and made a brief resurgence by opposing the War of 1812. Check this out, y'all. It then collapsed with its last presidential candidate in 1816. Remnants lasted in a few places for a few years. The party appealed to businesses and to conservatives who favored banks, national over state government, manufacturing, an army and navy, and world affairs preferred Great Britain and opposed the French Revolution. The party favored centralization, federalism, modernization, and protectionism. So, what we dealing with from the results of what they put together, right?
Right.
Kind of sounds like we're dealing with racism now, or that's the outcome of it now. I'm sorry, but that might be another totally different angle. But that I'm sorry, that equated to me, that resonated in me.
To me, I'm just hearing these degenerates writing themselves into law.
Right on,
That's always gonna come
exactly.
back. That's always gonna come back to from for me at the core of it from the recent stuff that I've been researching and eminent domain. The niggas just asserted themselves in the measure. You know, it's politely put in his story because he got a spoon fed and conditioned mugs to accept the shit. But you know, when you a pirate, when you a totalitarian, when you a monster to society, you just gonna assert yourself. And that's what they did with, you know, receiving what you want to say, the false authority or the false evidence of authority appearing real from the crown, right? They received the measures to move forward with establishing an incorporated industry called USA of Ink. This shit ain't nothing but a big business ran off the commodity of the people.
Islam.
And they cleverly articulated it as they evolved their eminent domain of law and estate and etc. They cleverly articulated it in their favor to manipulate the indigenous peoples to fall victim or, you know, to that rule.
Islam.
Yes,
When
yes,
you in your proper persona, right? When you in your proper persona lawfully and legally, you don't demand nothing. You command results. You know what I mean? And the adversary on the other side of the table or the chessboard, if we want to speak that language, they will submit. See, that's a. I'm a just give me 1 second, right? Just 1 second. The reason why, and I'm gonna say this because there's some in this room who can understand it. So the reason why these group of individuals under the guidance of our beloved master teacher have not secured him from behind the veil under the narrative of whatever belief system mugs are accepting regarding his quote imprisonment. The reason why they not getting him out, you not in your proper persona. And because you not lawfully and legally, rightfully in your square, right? You not speaking the language for them to be able to understand or for you to command the release of our beloved master teacher. That's why them dumb Sabian niggas is going, man, let me stop.
Islam. We recording though.
yes.
That's why the intuition told me, shut up, nigga, sit down right quick. Hold up.
Uh,
Yeah.
you're not
Islam.
you're not out of line. Just your tone.
Yeah, I mean, we got people that don't want the truth to be exposed. Either way it go, I don't know if you've been seeing the interfaith tribunals during the daytime, but I mean, pretty much opening the tribunal so that way we can start, getting to these situations. And this is why it's prevalent for us that are already adepts and ministers to, get into school and really be in there together on a day to day and compiling this information and putting it in order. Because now we are in full operation of the law to complete this global forensic audit. And we have already started it, but the more we go into it, that also activates, the books and the bookkeeping for us. So that way we have a treasury, we have things that we can have our own system and operate on as we come out of this global audit, because we have went through a global so-called reset, right?
Well, part of the body. I'm trying to keep my peace. It's levels to this, man.
That right, Islam.
So there's some resets. You know, you got the Amberlight that got their intent of a reset. You got those of us in the ether light without, following or in line with a reset. So it's levels to a measure of the reset, but I get the gist of what you're saying.
Right. And so according to them, we already entered it. So if this is the case, right? Now, if this is the case, what are we actually looking at and what are we actually dealing with if we have a reset, correct?
Right.
Because there's some things that happen that, regardless of how bad, the presidency may win, there's some things that, Donald Trump was trying to show us and tell us, correct?
Well,
Right on.
he got a part,
And what was that thing he was trying to tell us?
From my understanding, he was trying to expose the fact of the matter that the difference between the corporation and the actual country government.
That's right. And he was successful at doing that. And to the point, go ahead.
No, I just said yes. I just agree, Noble.
Yeah, so it got to the point to where now you can actually see that going back. I don't know if y'all been catching those latest current events, but it's actually already been exposed that the whole FEMA took over the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
In full
right.
capacity.
I'm trying to remember when that nigga said that in that one clip I saw where he put the country under a state of a national emergency and thus it would be under the control of FEMA. And then this nigga, quote, leaves the presidential office. So in essence, it's like, well, nigga, he's still the president. Niggas just got this puppet called Biden who's just biding them time. They got this puppet nigga in the way. But oh boy, he'll be back in the seat, man. Watch. He still got
No,
the
Well,
seat.
let's talk
in
about this.
actuality, can I point out that beautiful orchestrated ballet?
True peace. Go ahead. True peace.
In reality, that's the evil and the wicked right there that you're witnessing. Um,
Elaborate.
right. Because the thing is, the party that's been in play are the Jebusites or the Jews that we all know stole the birthrights, or supposedly how the story goes, they stole the birthrights. So those are the Jews that are sitting in a position of power, acting like the Jewish or the tribe of Judea, right? Now,
Okay.
now on the other side, uh, you have Trump, and Trump is not siding with them; he's siding with Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, Putin and some of the other reptilious type beings. Now they're all reptiles to a degree, but they're different
Yeah.
sects of reptiles. They're different sects of reptiles. So that's what we're witnessing right there. There's actually a split between them. As much as we like to believe that they're all coordinated together to a certain degree, they are working together. But at the same time, it's kind of like let's see who wins type deal. So
So let
the
me
ones that we
candle
used to
back
call,
on it.
yes, go ahead.
So, and if we look at it as, from the if we consider the perspective of families, right? Just like within our families in the timelines, we had problems with family members beefing, motherfuckers not agreeing with each other, and et cetera, et cetera. On the equal opposite spectrum, within a circle of conglomerates and families, right? They having problems too. They disagreeing, they power tripping, they, you know what I mean? And like how you pointed out, you got the Trump faction niggas, you got the other side faction niggas. They disagreeing on their agendas moving forward. They have similarity of seasonings of plans, but that pride and power tripping and all that shit get to seeping in, and hey, they got their own problem. They fight as they fight. That ain't my business. You know what I mean? We got enough of our business to tend to. You know what I mean? But definitely though, they got the because the Donald Trump nigga, like we was reading in the Alpha Omega World Development Marshall Program, um, you know, it was like TBM LSM was telling the nigga like, hey, let me put you up on game, because it don't seem like you know what's going on and your important participation in this. You know what I mean? So let me put you on game, and we gonna pull you out, and then we'll put you back in there. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta understand your bloodline family ties, because Trump, as opposed to previous corporate seat holders, quote presidents, Trump is businessman. He's straight necromancy. He not warmonger. You know what I mean? Those were the other niggas before him was all warmongers. And then you had Kumo D come in there, Obama and whatnot. But you got Trump is straight necromancy. He's straight business. Whatever's for the business, because he understand that this is corporation. This ain't no country. This corporation that's incorporated with a bunch of individual sovereign states, as they're called, ran by a president called a governor. So he knew the business of things. So yeah, he be back. They having problems. You got one side of them trying to be war, and then the other side of them is necromancy. But they both trying to dominate the peoples and the resources and the lands and territories.
True peace, Islam. That's right.
And amidst all of that, that's why I be, kind of like scratching my head with the thoughts about, quote, the future, right? Mugs planning for 5 and 10 years from now. And I'm scratching my head because I'm like, whew, at the rate it's going, whatever polarity, whether what the righteous doing or the unrighteous doing, still the inevitability of Mother Earth and the cosmic order of clock, right, and the cyclic causes and effects of change. When we talk about a reset and a new Earth and things, the shit got to get cleaned up first. That we want to say that inevitability of actuality that is actively happening is going to be experienced. You know what I mean? While we doing our best to live and, contribute our best efforts toward the betterment of humanity, right? And strive to be those best examples, to help empower humanity, to spark that growth. While we're doing that, definitely keeping on.
That's right.
Also, remember and be mindful of the inevitability of Mother Earth's changes. You know what I mean? And I emphasize that because I've been here. I've seen this happening before. I've seen and remember the things that showed and proved, we want to say geophysically. Fuck all the narrative shit. The narrative shit's cool. It's great to have an awareness of it and dispel it, but definitely not invest in its reality. You know what I mean? It's the inevitability of Mother Earth's cause and effects. You know what I'm saying? Right. And it's steadily climaxing, family. While we doing all this other shit on the surface, it's cool. I'm not knocking that, family. But the measures with Mother Earth in these next, I'm gonna be friendly. These next 5 years, ooh, I encourage a just in case. I encourage a measure of continuity. You know what I mean? Like I've been telling these mortals, The magma levels of the earth is heating and rising to the surface. I ain't fear mongering shit. I'm telling you like it was said before and happened before. You know what I mean? While we progressing in our establishment of duties on the surface territories of happenings and so forth, mindful. Because remember, the ultimate clock for everybody on the earth is the stars. It's the sky. That's a true clock. You know what I mean? That's why the Magi, as they referred to them, those Redskins, was charting the stars. Like, oh yeah, all right, we know where we at. We know where we got to go get to see our brother who's incarnated here. You know what I mean? And welcome him in
Right
with the
on.
sacred gifts. So in likeness, let us be mindful of charting the stars too, of being aware of the cosmic alignments which give us signs and season, right, or signals of forewarning of measures to come to pass, like March 2024, when the Earth gets between that massive magnetic field of energy from those 4 planets. Niggas think they seeing shit now with the Earth, man. Watch these next 2 years, family.
I'm glad you
While we
said that
prepare.
because this is the year. True peace. I'm sorry, true peace.
No,
This
go
is
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm glad you said that because this is the year of the order. I mean, not the order, but the opening of that portal every 13 years. Uh,
Right,
dealing with the Philadelphia experiment. So
right.
the thing is, we was given, we was given the insight versus what everybody else is kind of leaning on.
Right.
It's more, like you said,
But we
pertaining.
the messengers. That's as light messengers, as whole light beings again. Whole light beings brings the truth of the light into the darkness of the minds and hearts of the people. So as whole light beings and messengers of light, it's our duty, it's our obligation as caretakers of the earth to set forth that example and light the path in the darkness so that others may see. You feel me?
That's right, true peace.
Because there was something else that I was about to say when you were speaking.
Let the spirit talk to you, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. Hey, look, man, that's all the Ethernet been doing, and I've been just patiently moving forward as the spirit speaks through me to me. You know what I mean? Now I use my own rational mind. Don't get me wrong, but I know I'm connected to the Ethernet. I know I'm receiving the downloads from those on high in that crystal spectrum of vibration, and I'm doing my part to part that awareness unto others.
That's right, true peace. We supposed to be ministers, fiery ministers of the truth, and the message that's coming through at this day and time to give to our people. So,
Mm-hmm.
with that,
Nibiru already here, brother.
yeah,
Know that. Nibiru here. Nibiru just been chilling behind the sun.
true peace. Well, and in all actuality, that's why we here now, because uh, that's what we are symbolically of as the temple.
Yeah.
That that's where the mission come in because we are being called and signaled to be in the temple and do this ministerial work because you know I don't mention names of the groups, but we understand what's going on, and our people are not getting those transmissions. You follow what I'm saying?
All
So
right.
we need you, Tamu, and the other brothers that that have that fire and that true light. You get what I mean? To
Mm-hmm.
you know come in and like establish, like you said, that whole light being that we already have, because it becomes more of a bigger beacon. When you come in, they get to hear the transmissions that's coming through by way of spirit. You follow me, big bro?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna read this on top of what I was saying from the prophet. He called it this is from the Moorish literature. It's called religious controversy because this is basically what we're dealing with right now. Uh, going into the future and us having that insight, like I was saying. The prophet said, in this age, there is still much religious controversy as to the right thing. Big and powerful ministers have come to the conclusion that something is wrong. Some say it is the Ten Commandments, others say there is a lack of sincerity in the purpose of the churches. Still others think it is all worthless and not fit for the time it takes to attend them. However, or whatever their final decision might be, it is certain they will make a change, or rather try to make one. The fact of the matter is that they have always had only a reflection of the truth and not the real thing. Like one who holds up to the sun a mirror and casts a few of its diverted rays in a different direction. The prophet knew what was going on, y'all. So have they done with the truth that is supposed to have come from? So have they done with the truth that is supposed to come from the east? There are but a few people who know what the truth is about, man, and that few know that it is foolish to try to impart it to the ignorant. Although the ignorant has finished college, he is a fool right on, being trained to jump through a hoop. The longer he stays in the schools, the better he can jump, and the more he defends his jumping. From the east comes all light, but through the sun is hanging at high noon, the blind cannot see. The same as the Islamic creed from the east was brought to the Asiatic of America by the Prophet Omniversal Ali and offered to those who were sick at heart, tried for many years, yet they are blind and cannot see the light. Nor is the Prophet trying to put new wine in old skins, for he knows that it will burst them. Still, he has only the remedy for the nations. The remedy brought by Jesus, Muhammad, Confucius, and all other prophets, which remedy is truth. The nations do not want the truth. It is too stern. But until they accept it and find out where it is, there will continue to be religious controversy. So these are the dogmas that are causing the changes that we're witnessing and the inevitables that we have seen that have been prophesied about. And they're inevitables because they have wrote this plan out with their own hand, and we all know their plan. And at this point, it's pretty much like a movie script. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, for us, like I said, become pretending with the Mufti was saying about, getting that message out to the people that need it, because the fact of the matter is we still have the blind leading the blind, and how else will we get, this whole system and structure that we have for ourselves, up to the next phases to where it needs to be, because we are at that resurrection. We're able to handle our own books and do our own books at this point. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Because prior earlier with the warnings I read earlier, that's in conjunction with the message that the Mufti came and just delivered. People are going to keep continuing to practice a lie, basically. You know what I mean? They won't be let into the kingdom energetically. And we have to understand that, this is an actual tangible thing for us and our ancestors. And we need to be looking toward that and putting our focus, our energy, and our attention toward that. That which is going to be sustainable after the fact that we already are witnessing their crash. We're already at the point of, or we're already past the point of their global reset. We're just not replenishing, because while they talk about a global reset, our scriptures talk about a global replenishing. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Right, after the cleansing.
And the cleansing would be that purgatory
Right,
situation that we're watching take place right now, correct?
Right, that's
Correct.
the purge.
So,
Or, like they say, being tried and tested, proven worthy of the kingdom of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right?
Islam.
So that's where in the Sabian niggas group I was talking yesterday and listening to, where people are still, even for those in what is called right knowledge, even for those so-called in right knowledge that have studied, even for those, as the brother admitted in the damn room yesterday, that he been at the feet of the master teacher and studying all this other stuff for 40 plus years. So even those who, as the master said, were faithful, but they weren't true, them niggas still in the spell of belief and religion. I'm not even tripping on the dead walking. They still have they still have more of the mercy in me than these so-called mugs with the titles and the ornaments and talismans and outfits and all that shit. Because them is the ones still walking around under religious ideological mindset, trying to, what you want to call, exist or exemplify nine mind, or 90 the sciences, or in the whatever school that they're stuck in. You know what I mean? And for all them, and I'm saying it like this, the cherub of me is coming out. For all of them so-called students of the master teacher of 90 the science that went and got that damn toxic invasion of the body snatchers virus in their body called a vaccine, because they said, well, the master said, if you're gonna take it, take the Moderna one, and and what else they said? He said, fucking idiots, said, excuse me, y'all, but he said, and if you're gonna take it, it's your choice, it's strictly up to you or whatever. And the nigga, I ran and got it right away. And then when I heard the master went got the booster shot, I ran and got it. And I'm like, listen, man, listen, I'm a teacher and a student. Eventually, after the teacher has taught a period of additions, what they wrongly call lessons, after a period of teaching those additions, the teacher is going to conduct a test to see or check on the students of their study, their progress in the studies. See where they at. He ain't going to assume or guesstimate or none of that. He going to produce a test, and they going to go through the test, and then he going to review the test and be able to see where the students at. These weird mortals don't think that, here's even more insult to injury. You think after all these years, through all the schools, through the three stages of the school of lunacy of Islam, and the soul and the lunar school, into the school of the ancient mysteries of the school of Shambhala, the inner city, onto the school of resurrection with the ether school, the solar school of Egypt, the Kemet. 30 years, the first half hour of full preparation, full unloaded download to niggas. And all the things he spoke of, you telling me he gonna act against that? Come on, man. You know it's gonna see me in these last 30 years of him going behind the veil is the test. Where are the seeds of non-ether that was planted in the soils of the thousands of minds that have been resurrected, exposed, or opportuned those measures? Where are the seeds that have taken root and produced the fruits of life, become those trees of life? Who's gonna show and prove? Because those that will be the ones that will go and command the release of their master teacher. They're not going to be going through the same fucked up system. Man, look, man, don't look.
Right
Man.
on. Sounds like you pulling an audit.
I'm just saying, bro.
Ain't
That's
that what
me,
you
bro.
talking about?
I'm in full cherub mode. With a seraphim heart, though. Don't get me
I
wrong. But I'm
respect
in
it.
cherub mode because it's judgment. You feel me?
Hey,
Right on,
My
right
hey,
on.
ex-wife told me
Brother,
I
when we
like
were
your
sitting
we are
spirit,
building.
man.
angelic
I like your
warriors and
spirit.
high priests. I overstand.
I hear you. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just accounting for my presence of being that, and accepting what ether is telling and showing me. When in 2012, when my daughter was born in 2012. In 2012, when me and my ex-wife was building, she was reading from the Holy Tablets. I was reading to her from the Holy Tablets. But she saw the Raphael hieroglyph materialize and superimpose over my being. She was kind of like looking at me dumbfounded. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about or why she was looking at me like that until I asked her. But it's no more the Mr. Nice Guy shit. We did that already. Master already did that. He was Mr. Nice Guy. Those of us other ones who came on the craft that wasn't seen, as opposed to Master who was seen intently. No, we not coming from Mr. Nice Guy shit, bro. We the ones on the side of the seats of the councils who say, let the four winds go and let these niggas reap from the seeds of their own labor. See, Earth gotta be, you know, what Master was doing in clarifying all those measures of religious ideologies. Mud's got to get the stone cold, which I'm good at. I'm good at a straight line A to B, get you there. Or we can bend time and space. It don't matter to me. But I ain't with all that bullshit and beating around the bush. These niggas got to be relieved of of accepting the, what do you want to say, the toolery of what religious methodology was used for. As far as the methodology, not the various doctrines of prescription that were created through time, but the methodology of its discipline, its reasoning of being. Not so much subscribing to it as their method of worship, because they don't know who they worshiping. Because me and you know that. And for those of us who in here who study, we know that. We know y'all that these religious niggas is talking about Enki, and they don't know that. When they using their manuals, they don't know they talking about our brother Enki. They don't know that. And why Michael is so highly involved. Nigga, that's his son. Fuck you mean? We his creation. Why you think he was trying to, you know, why you think he heartfelt about, you know, it's part of him. There's no other concern here other than the library in Shambhala. Because the gold, we already took care of that. Home is straight, family. Know that. Home is straight. We already took care of that. The only other concern is the family bloodline. And those seeds, those children who are tried, tested, proven worthy and ready to go home. The hopeful number of 144,000 is those who've been marked with a 9, because we understand 144 is 9. Those who have 9 mind, those who've been marked with it, they activated the 9 chakras and beyond. The lesser mysteries of our brother, Tammuz, who he's the Messiah of the general masses. Yeah, we the ones who are the aiders of Allah, those who are here to help Michael, that he's the Messiah of, those of the council. That's us being gathered from the 4 corners, those of us who are, to help administer to and support Tammuz's mission as the Messiah of the masses. Those with the bloodline, though. Others have an opportunity, because we remember in the degrees where we studied about the different degrees of heaven, the different degrees of hell, it means even if you're not of the bloodline, you still have a place reserved for you for your heart and in righteousness' sake. You feel me?
True peace.
So it's just the measure of that heart against the quill of life, the feather, the quill, the record of that heart. It's its weight against that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But this religious stuff, woo, they gotta understand. They gotta understand. The spell measure of clearing up the who, what, when, and why was great. Because Master did that. He set that tone in there again. But in the midst of that, he was showing, look, nigga, religion was a tool of using to help maintain our bloodline on the Sirat al-Mustaqim, because these niggas had, for one, been maimed, so they no longer had their gland of higher vibrational function and beingness, right? And then through time periods of measures, there was tainted through forbidden mixings of DNAs, because Muz didn't understand the scientific chemical understandings of mixing DNAs.
Right.
And what that would do to the God particle or the God gene in those who had the bloodline, who are of the Adama project through the bloodline.
And that would reference back to, I don't mean to cut you off, but that would reference back to the Bible when it talk about the sons of God with the daughters of men, right?
Right. And that was, because that was what that was helping explaining was, it wasn't in order. That's what them religious people didn't understand. When you got to chapter 6 and it talked about that populating, Those were the beings who were in existence that when Cain was kicked out of the land, he was concerned about. That's why he was afraid of, well, if I get out here and I'm roaming as a vagabond, these niggas that find me gonna fuck me up. I'm not from them. They, it's like you going to another hood. Niggas like, nigga, what set you from, cuz? So they gonna be looking at that nigga like, nigga, what set you from? Nigga, where you from? So, hence a mark or whatever was placed on them and so forth. But those beings are the population of what chapter 6 was talking about when some of those fallen ones or those of the fallen had made it with, tribes of beings on this plane and were reproducing uncontrollably, creating this new breed through their ties, aside from those that were part of the Adama experiment. Because Seth was the bloodline through which we, in our current day of that family, were preserved. That's the Atra Hasis, or the Noah story of the Bible, when Enki told him, come on, nigga, bring you and your family. Y'all gonna get on this craft. We gonna get the blood samples of the surface creatures, because some shit about to go down when they get to whirling up these winds and activating the weathers and the waters on this earth again. And, some shit about to go down. So I'm gonna save y'all, because y'all through the bloodline of Seth directly, and we'll start again. I'm going to disobey the order. I'm going to go contrary to what the other families was doing, because emotionally, I'm feeling y'all. Like, y'all are a part of me. So I know I'll deal with the flat of what my brother or what my father and the others in the council, I'll deal with that. But, y'all mine. And that's why throughout the cycles of the time periods, through those ancient texts of reference that reference in various, be it religious or cultural regards, that reference higher vibrational beings that became deified, had frequent encounters with these peoples because they never left. The Shambhala, Agartha, that was the inner refuge till the Nibiru come back, because its measures of time governance isn't the same as on the surface, because it doesn't have an outer celestial star
That's right.
to correlate. Gotta go out and come back in. Somebody called me and fucked up my sound. Hold up.
True peace. True. Yeah, he had a good signal. True peace. True peace. Go ahead, no.
So, yeah, that's where I was at.
Just meditate and come back.
Yeah. Well, if anybody remember any songs, just throw it at me.
Anybody heard the last word he said? You was talking about, I remember you said something about sex.
Right. Oh, and the measure of the inner city and the fact, yeah, alhamdulillah, that they never left. When the gold was finished, the earth was resettled after the great collision occurred, and we resettled this plane, and everything was straight, and we mined for the gold. After that was done, the Biru and so forth may have left, but those who had their measure of involvement here and responsibility did not leave. That's why through the time periods, those of the surface had their, in various cultures, a reference of texts that we can agree on through our studies, had frequent encounters with higher vibrational beings that were deified in whatever format of belief system that those peoples had established. So we just at a cyclic climatic period that deals with reset, that religiously was expressed as rapture and hell and things of that nature, not to negate the overstandings of different spectrums of light or dimensions, as they're called, that beings could get placed in or will experience based on what is referred to as the karmic deliverance of their manifested energy, right? Come around, go around. So, not to negate that, but
That's right.
It it gotta get, at the point. It gotta get cleansed. That's what, like I said, the religious measure was saying with these hells and these rapturing, recycling, that, the place preserved on high was for a select few, and it had whatever measure of numeracy in, expression, or, interpretation and so forth. Uh, but it very much, uh, did express and communicate an opportunity beyond the current experience of one's mortal life, and then communicate the opportunity of existence above and beyond it, right? After that.
That's right. You made me want to read something from the whole from the clear vision scroll, guys.
Well, if you got it in place, put it to action. I'm about to like this L.
Okay, true bit. Because the message you touching on, I mean, this is why I did the clear vision. You know what I mean? And to help our people see through the muck and mire of all the stuff that we've been dealing with. Because uh, even those, like you said, that got the right knowledge, they don't even understand how to really connect some of these dots. You get what I mean? Because the master teacher had to jump around a lot and couldn't give these visions in transmission, in a more clarified way, uh, in scroll form, because that's basically where they still caught up at. And, even if it's religious, the spiritual people are still kind of caught behind. You get what I mean? So uh, it just made me want to kind of read it, because, this is the transmission, and how they gave it to me to put, in the script. So that way, when it come, toward this day and time that we in now, you know, we would see that the ancestors was communicating with us even when the master teacher, was so called, going through, these conspiracies and controversies that are taking place with us now.
I feel
I
like
feel like
generationally we dropped the ball by not continuing the conversation about nobility, honorability, 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 things like that. So um, I feel like that because we dropped the ball and didn't continue and talk on that, we didn't encourage our children. Uh, we didn't teach them about masonry. We didn't pick it up ourselves. We didn't, you know what I'm saying? We didn't encourage people to get into higher schools of knowledge. I'm not saying all of us, but the ones who didn't, um, or who were affected by that. Of course, some of us were blessed, and we happen to be in families that still fed that. But even so, uh, there was always that talk, that connotation. You go with the masonry because they got more knowledge, a higher knowledge than the average generalization. You go, and then after that you go with the Shriners. Oh, the Shriners are higher than the Moors. Oh, or higher than the Masons. Oh, wow. I remember that dialogue when I was young. When I was very young, it was that is, this and that and this, and there was differences and stuff, and I remember that's what got me curious about that, because there was dialogue around me when I was a youth. So when I was 18, 20, between 19 and 25, I didn't, like, I dropped the ball myself. I wasn't even concentrated on that. I was ripped into the streets and, did my part, in the street life and whatever, trying to prove my manhood and whatnot on the ignorant level. Um, but when it resonated and my people were like, hey, dude, you got too much potential, and you come from a good stock. What's wrong with you? Why are you ruining your stock by acting a fool? And, why don't you go ahead and seek the higher degrees? And, I see you acting, more advanced than the people around you. So why you doing this to yourself? And all that made a difference in my life. I was, by the time I was 25, I was already looking to get back. By the time I was 27, I found me a house, you know what I mean? And so forth and so on. The rest is history. I'm right here, right now. But I'm just saying, like if I could just leave anything with any of y'all today, please bring back the dialogue of higher knowledge, man. Let people know elementary is religion. That's it. If once you get behind the walls, the first thing you're gonna learn, and that's the only thing I'm gonna give anybody, the first thing you learn is that everything you learn outside the walls is but elementary. All right? I yield.
True peace.
Yeah, Islam. Well said, my brother. Well said. And my path, you know, um, is similar to yours. It's a lot similar to yours. Like I wasn't never really like a street guy because I grew up in a Christian household. My dad was a pastor, so I never really got into that lifestyle. I was more like a ladies' man, athlete. I boxed and stuff like that. And, but you know, throughout my life, I love my mom and dad because they did the best um with where they were and what they understand, and they had a genuine love for their children, but they were just just had they, like I said, what it says my people perish for lack of knowledge. They just had a major lack of knowledge, so we were raised up. But one thing I can say, um my parents taught me true love because I watched my mom and dad. I'm 35. They've been together ever since. And one of the things I feel privileged about is I had my mom and dad my whole life, and that's rare, especially within the black community. So they gave me a good foundation of love. And I'm gonna tell you, I, me growing up as a Christian, I read those principles and I took them seriously. And I used that as building blocks, and I evolved as I grew. So I would say about 18, you know, um, my consciousness expanded, and I began to study metaphysics, and I pretty much got into all the schools of thoughts within what they call the Afro-Asiatic community. I'm talking about Hebrew Israelite, Nation of Islam, you know, and I studied them all because I wanted to figure out what was what. I studied Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism. I studied everything, and you know,
Peace.
I discovered that it was all vanity, so I got to another level where I began to tap into the esoteric side of it. So, I'm well versed in the exoteric and the esoteric of the religious beliefs. And essentially on the esoteric side, it's all saying the same thing. It's about higher self, lower self, divine love. The kingdom of heaven is within. God is love. So it's about expressing. When we talk about the Christ child, the Christ within, it talks about in Matthew 2:7, the Magi or the wise man, and the brother already spoke on it. We got to be able to track the stars, tracking the stars to find the Christ self within. That Christ child is within that, because when a child is born, they don't know nothing but love. So that's the authentic version of ourselves. But it's not until we come out and get programmed, that we lose sight of that, of that authentic self. You know what I'm saying? So, because I can remember um my childhood vividly, and you know uh how I was, and the difference um the differences when I went through society and got programmed, and because and this is another reason why I talk about the hip hop industry, because the mind of the youth is impressionable, so we got to really watch the messages that we put out here, you know what I'm saying? And these artists will be held accountable because, you know, as we can see, the youth walk in that light, they rapping about gangsterism and drug dealing, and the youth walk in that light. And I'm gonna give you an example. I was born in 1986. I'm 35. I remember a time where, and I'm not knocking nobody that wears these, but I'm saying I remember a time in the hood where nobody would have worn no skinny jeans because cats was in the baggy jeans, sagging jeans. Like me myself, I'm in the baggy jeans. I don't really sag my jeans, but I like baggy jeans. So I don't like anything that's too tight, you know what I'm saying? But I remember a time where cats would have laughed at, skinny jeans. But now, you and I'm just saying this to show you how much of an influence these rappers are, you know, but it wasn't until the rappers started putting on the skinny jeans, every young brother in the hood want to wear skinny jeans. So they have a great level of influence, you know, and influence is greater than force, because if you can um get somebody to influence somebody to willingly do something, why wouldn't you take why wouldn't you use that to influence them to do something positive for themselves? You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's just like when it talks about those who mislead my flock, because those rappers are like preachers, man. They misleading the flock, you know, and they gonna be held accountable for that, you know. So I just keep it real, you know, because you know it's all about self knowledge, you know. And when we think about this system, you know, the government and everything, keyword. Well, let's listen to the keyword when we talk about government. Govern. To govern means to guide. Ment. Govern the mental. So it's basically governing your character. So are you expressing your character from the higher self, or are you expressing yourself from the lower self? So you know, these rappers are essentially ministers of Satan, the lower self, you know, and they don't even know it. I wonder, do they even understand it on that level, and or do they just take it for granted and say, "I just want to get a check"? But you know, they causing, you know, heaven and hell is a state of being. You know, they causing brothers and sisters, you know, to put their put to basically go against who they are, and that's one of the things I specialize in, self knowledge. You know, because you know one of the things what it says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So you know we all got a destiny here on this earth. So you know, your thoughts, your words and deeds, and even in the Bible talk about the fruits of the spirit, and then talk about the lusts of the flesh. So the fruits of the spirit is the authentic self, the God within, because God is love. So wrong thoughts and wrong deeds can get you in a false reality, to and can get you in a reality that's not meant for you, that's not um what the creator destined for you. So that's why self knowledge is important, you know what I'm saying, and being strong in character, you know. And that's one of the things I would like to impart upon the youth. And that's why I think, you know, we gotta overhaul the hip hop industry, man, because I mean, it's like they don't even care, man. It's like, don't you see the things that's going on in the community? 80, man, I did the research on this. 80% of the murders within the black community is black on black. 50% is brothers that know each other. You would think they would see this, you know, and then we talk about the influence. The consensus in the hip hop community is F the police. So, you know, they got the youth in that, and subconsciously on that that vibratory vibration. And we talk about the law of attraction, as a man thinketh, so is he. So we
That's
got to real
suicide state.
right. So we got to realize because everything is energy. As a man thinketh, so is he. Attitude is everything. So we got to realize the part we play in our own detriment. You know, it's all about the way we think and the things that we do. So and, until we realize that and stop crying victim and take accountability, go within and look at self. Because again, anything I go through in life, whether good or bad, I don't blame nobody. I look at myself. You know, and say, what did I do? You know what I'm saying? What did I do? You know, and sometimes, you know, um, even when I was being upstanding, you know, people will come down on you, you know, but you I still strive to be the best version of myself no matter what, you know. So that's what it is about, knowledge of self, knowing the self and operating in that. And you know, that's pretty much, you know, how you get to the reality that you desire, you know. So yeah, I yield. I just wanted to impart that.
Islam.
Thank you, Noble. Thank you. That's for real. I can
Anybody else?
definitely resonate.
Bill? True peace. Yeah, you want to add to the bill? Go ahead. True peace. True peace. The floor is open. Somebody was about to say something?
Islam,
Islam,
Islam.
Islam.
I want to say something else. And this is Brother Kazel. Okay, and I want to point something out. Let me point something out. And when we look at the Levitical law, and you know, I'm gonna point something out, and this is something that a lot of people miss. You know, now, and I'm gonna use this as an example. For example, a lot of the music, you know, hip hop is not heart based. You know what I'm saying? It's based upon, you know, lower self. You know, and when we talk about the Levitical law, and you know, if you look in the Old Testament, it talks about, you know, it talked about don't go to the astrologers and everything. And but I want to point out something. It said that because most people misconstrue, you know, astrology itself is bad, you know, but astrology in itself is not bad. Okay, the astrologers within the book in the Old Testament, they were heathen astrologers, meaning they were using it for the lust of the flesh. But if you go to the wise man in uh in Revelations, you know, it talked about the wise man from the east. The east represents the inner self, you know, and the star, you know, when you look up the metaphysical definition of the star, it represents man's first understanding of the Christ self. The Christ self is the higher self. So, you know, he used it to go within. He used it from the heart, you know, and that's everything, you know what I'm saying? Like with the music, you know, you can make music from the heart, or you can make music um, preaching destruction, hate, you know. So, I mean, it's all about the mindset in anything that you do, and the energy that you put in it with what you do and what your intent is, you know, and that can guide. And, you know, because again, you know, you can use a gun for good or for bad. You know, you can use a gun to protect yourself, or you can take it and go murder somebody for no reason, you know. So it's all about the intent of the heart of the individual, you know. So I just wanted to say that, and I yield.
Islam, I appreciate that. That was said gracefully. Who all about it? How many? To, you know, welcome to the world. Temple number 24. This is Holy Day. We are recording. But if you're new, you want to proclaim your nationality, you can come up on stage. You know, let us know who you are. We can walk you through the process. I actually read some things for y'all if y'all would like. And we also have a temple bond that's I'm about to get the link. If y'all can not DM, but if y'all could back channel Dr. Shalamalak, which is the temple diplomat, he could assist you with helping with making donations and anything like that. And, you know, proclaiming your nationality, and, you know, getting the links to the school so you can sign up. Nationality is free. It does not cost. Anybody that's charging you, please put us on notice, and keep your receipts. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna go into this. I'm gonna read the prophets, letter to the leaders, and the historical message to America. It says, in connection with the aims, the prophet said, in connection with the aims, objects, rules, and regulations of the Moorish Science Temple of America, I deem it proper to submit to you a brief statement of our organization covering its inception, rise, and progress of the Mohammedan religion, which I hope will be satisfactory to you and will be the means of causing you at all times to adhere to the principles of love, true peace, freedom, and justice in your relations with mankind in general. I further most anxiously hope this brief statement will help you to more clearly see the duty and wisdom of at all times on upholding those fundamentals, principles, which are desired for our civilization of our posterity, such as obedience to law, respect and loyalty to government, tolerance, and unity. We organized as the Moorish Temple of Science in the year of 1925 and were legally incorporated as a civic organization under the laws of the state of Illinois, November 29, 1926. The name Moorish Science Temple of Science changed to the Moorish Science Temple of America, May 1928, in accordance with the legal requirements of the Secretary of the State of Illinois. The object of our organization is to help in a great program of uplifting fallen humanity and teach those things necessary to make our members better citizens. A national organization with a Rotarian complexion as it relates to branch temples became obvious with the increasing number of inquiries from men and women in different sections of the country concerning the purpose of the organization. There are branch temples in 15 different states at this time. Since the work of the Moorish Science Temple of America was largely religious, the organization has been legally changed into a religious corporation, and an affidavit to this effect has been properly filed in the Cook County Recorder's Office in Illinois. Inspired by the lofty teachings of the Qur'aan, we have it as the revealed word of God Allah. We shall foster the principles of his teachings amongst our members. This is our religious privilege as American citizens, under the laws of one of the greatest documents of all time, the American Constitution. The Mohammedan religion is the least appreciated and probably the most misunderstood of the world's greatest religions. This is especially true in our Western world. Try to understand what the Mohammedanism stands for and some of the things it has contributed to the world. Muhammad was the founder of the Mohammedan religion. It originated 13 centuries ago on the Arabian Peninsula, where the streams of commerce and culture met and mingled in the Middle Ages, where the markets of exchange were stationed for treasures of India and the products of the Mediterranean coast. There, this religion was established in the unprecedented short period of 20 years, and unlike many other religions, without the aid of any royal patronage and support. Buddhism had its Osaka, Judaism had its Joshua, Christianity its Constantine, but Mohammedanism had no person of royal rank and power to assist in its establishment and spread. Today, this religion is acknowledged by nearly 250 million souls and extends over an area equal to 1/3 of the globe. From Arabia, it spreads eastward over Persia, Turkestan, Afghanistan, westward across Syria, Asia Minor, Turkey, southward to Africa, covering more than half of that continent. It found its way to India and beyond to the islands of Sumatra, Java, and Borneo. To the earliest representatives of this faith, the world's debt is incalculably great, for it was they who transmitted the treasures of Greek literature from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance, they who originated the graceful forms of which the Taj Mahal and the Alhambra are the most famous examples. It was they who contributed to the science of algebra and chemistry, astronomy, and medicine. They who dotted the Saracen Empire with universities and who built at Baghdad and Cairo the most renowned universities of the world. During those centuries of ecclesiastical despotism, when the Christian church suppressed all intellectual activities, save those that were theological, causing the talent that reproduces to supplant the genius that creates. Mohammedans did all in their power to encourage and stimulate research in every branch of human inquiry. The Moors, or Mohammedans, added to the beauty and grandeur of Spain. For centuries, art, science, literature, and chivalry flourished amongst them. While the rest of Europe was still sunk in the gloom of the Dark Ages, the Moors were the most ingenious and industrious of the subjects of Spain. The expulsion from Spain in 1610 was one of the chief causes of decadence of that country, for both agriculture and industry fell in decay after their departure. Mohammedanism makes no distinction between high and low, rich and poor. It is like the sky. It has room for all. The Qur'an, should be of interest to all readers. It is the Bible of the Mohammedans, ruling over the customs and actions of over 200 million people. It is a work of importance, whether considered from a religious, philosophical, or literary viewpoint. In the promotion of plans for the betterment of mankind, there has ever been some kind of opposition. And strange as it may seem, such opposition has come from sources where there were no ideas or the lack of courage to force attention to ideas. Whether in church, state, or the social community, any attempt to do anything out of the usual way seldom fails to receive criticism. Not because the course cannot be pursued legally or that it is unreasonable, but because it has been considered in terms as new. The Moorish Science Temple of America has received some opposition and criticism. In the main, the opposition has come from certain Christian ministers. They have expressed themselves as being opposed to our propagation of the Mohammedan religion, possibly because the promotion of the Mohammedan faith amongst our people in the United States is considered by them in terms as something new. Whatever the reason may be for their opposition, the legal right to oppose citizens, individuals, and organizations alike for their religious beliefs does not exist in the United States. The door of religious freedom made by the American Constitution swings open to all, and people may enter through it and worship as they desire. Without religious freedom, no search for truth would be possible. Without religious freedom, no discovery of truth would be useful. Without religious freedom, religious progress would be checked and would no longer march toward the nobler life which the future holds for the races of men. Without the religious freedom, there would be no inspiration to lift our heads and gaze with fearlessness into the vast beyond, seeking a hope eternal. It is sad weakness in us after all, to oppose our fellow man for their religious beliefs. And if there are angels who record the sorrows of man, as well as their sins, they certainly know how many and deep are the useless sorrows that spring forth from such opposition. Possibly, love and time will cancel our ancient hatreds in this regard and prove that in mankind, tolerance is better than unwarranted opposition. In connection with our religious aims and beliefs, we must promote economic security. The preaching of economic security amongst us is by no means as widespread and intensive as the circumstances demand. No other one thing is more needed among us at this time than greater economic power, better positions for our men and women, more business employment for our boys and girls, and bigger incomes will follow our economic security. We shall be secure in nothing until we have economic power. A beggar people cannot develop the highest in them, nor can they attain to a genuine enjoyment of the spiritualities of life. Our men, women, and children should be taught to believe in the capacities of our group to succeed in business, in spite of the trials and failures of some of them. Trials and failures in business are by no means confined to any particular group of people. Some business ventures of all people fail. We have many men and women among our people who are qualified, both by training and experience, who are shining lights in the business world of all the people. It is sad weakness in us as a people that we have withheld the very encouragement, support, and patronage that would have made some of our worthy business ventures a grand success. And most of all, have joined in the condemnations of them when they fail. Exception in cases of actual dishonesty, discourtesy, lack of service, and actual unreliability in our business enterprises in every field of endeavor should have lured of confidence, cooperation, and patronage whenever and wherever they can be given. Read carefully the doctrines of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It contains our hopes, aims, rules, and articles of religion. Every member should have a copy. In conclusion, I urge you to remember there is work enough for all to do in helping to build a better world. The problems of life are largely social and economic. In a profound sense, they are moral and spiritual. Have lofty conceptions of your duties to your country and fellow men in general, and especially those with whom you deal. This includes such honesty and righteousness as will cause you to put yourself in the other fellow's place. Look for the best in others and give them the best that is in you. have a deeper appreciation for womanhood, brighten the hopes of our youth in order that their courage be increased to dare and do wondrous things. Adhere at all times to the principles of love, true peace, freedom, and justice. I am your affectionate leader. I shall continue to labor day and night, both in public and private, for your good, thereby contributing to the welfare of our country and its people as a whole. Noble Drew Ali. Islam, true peace.
Islam.
Islam.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
What y'all think about that right there, right there, right there, right there? I want to add to the bill. Go ahead, go ahead.
I don't really have too much. That really just got my mind working. That's really it. But it's very informative. It's beautiful. I really appreciate. Man, I'm just learning. How can I say? In all honesty, man, I'm not trying to boost your ego up, Chaplain. But in all honesty, you're the only other person aside from Pops, and now I see Noble Drew Ali, who has actually made this effort. I mean, literally, I've lived with you. We live together, so I don't care what anybody else can tell me. Can't nobody else tell me about your character as a man. And I've seen you. I'm talking about at least 24 hours. Let's say at least 20 hours out of a 24-hour day, relentlessly, for at least these last 4 or 5 years that we've been around each other. I know that, and I know that, and I know that I've spent enough time with you under roofs that I know that you still go hard like that outside. You know what I'm saying? Like away from my presence. I know that's just your character. That's just who you are. Because no matter even things that I'll go out and do some things, and you're like, okay, well, I got to finish this up real quick. You know, just give me an hour or two, and I'll be like, all right, well, I'm back, and you're like, okay, well, I'm ready, and I'm like, no, it already happened. so, 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 I mean, I'm just reflecting on all that. I'm just reflecting on all that, and then everything else that I was just fed right now. So, I mean, I may have to talk about this during the week with you.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, most definitely. We can definitely keep building about it on tribunal because the thing is, this is what we're supposed to study and go over on Holy Day, and you know, as well as the other scriptures. You know, of course, we're gonna venture into the Holy Tablets. You know, Holy Quran Circle 7, and all the other scriptures. You know, we follow all divine prophets, so uh, you know, we got a lot of homework to do, and it's a lot of sacred scriptures out there. Y'all understand?
Islam.
Islam.
So I'm gonna read a little something. Unless y'all want to build on that, I'm gonna read something from the Clear Vision. Uh, you know, for those that we can open up the third eye. Anybody got questions? We're gonna ask questions and answers as we go through the reading. Anybody want to read along? I can have Kaba send y'all the Clear Vision scroll, so y'all can read along with me. And I'm only gonna read a little bit, so you know y'all can take over or just meditate and build on it after this. Basically, read the introduction. It says, begin all acts and thinking by using Nupu, the all. Rabat Shilhagatep, greetings of true peace. Pitch Novas, Novites, or Nebites, Anuites, Antunites, Amtumites, and Amunites. You all are now tuned into Channel 9 News, the Supreme News, also called the Good News, in ultimate reality to us, Karastans, or Anointed Ones, Nu Wabu, known as the Gospel, Gospel, or Gossip to the Christians, or Antichrist. In El's Holy Quran, chapter 80, in its original order, produced by God or Ghost, or the Unholy Ghost, which is the three ether forces of nature, listen to reason. The Holy Ghost, or gas, was also referred to as Gabriy'El. Geb meaning earth deity, Ra meaning sun deity, El meaning the source in the El's Injiyl, or the revelations, meaning the revealing, and the gospel now considered in its new rendering, gas pool, or 9 ether and 6 ether, called the Bible. from the Greek word biblios, meaning little books, which is a little book of epistles, letters, or letters written by Peter, authorized by a disagreeable spirit called Paul and Saul in tones, or Shaul in tones, and Saul in Hebrew. In the New Testament, the New Testament is compiled of 4 books of letters from Paul written by his disciples about the true Holy Scriptures called the Holy Injiyl, meaning the revelations or revealing, received by Yahshua HaMashiach or Tammuz, and written by John, Yochanan, or Yohana, Bar Zebedee, or Zebedee, the divine, and the Holy Tablets. This scroll is a channeling to help clear up the eye boogers, or eye sand or dust clouds amongst those on the path. Also said in tones as Ptah, Ata, or Tar, the Egyptian deity, Ptah representing the earth, once known as Tiamat, maiden of life. For I known one, all is. For all Kepharat, or rising ones, deities, awakening from their great slumber, the arrival of this new sun cycle started in 1967 when the positive forces of nature contacted our now and day pharaoh, Amenubi Ruakpata, Atumre, chosen by the female elements of nature, Nut, to determine and disclose to the world, especially those who are of self-kind, Aksumi, Tamarayan, Nubat, Maxikat, Hayatat, Nuwabians, all Gudamat, Cadmonite, I forgot from Mother Africa, the hidden Amun, or past, the changing present, and our ruling Maluk, or future. 30 years before the end, that was from 1967 or 1970 AD until the year 2000 AD, coming up from the ninth chamber with the power to defeat the devil and his host and his G-host and his 3 deadly sin: mental debt, spiritual debt, and physical debt. In the beginning was the sons, El Rey, and the sons, El Rey, are with nature, Netir, and the sons, El Rey, are nature, Netir, and the sons, El Rey, the true stars of the universes, El Hag Najum Shil El Kumnat, are the original Netir, nature deities, and Netera, nature deities, who grew absolute nature, Anu, into universal order called Ma'at, also called El Natir Shir Natiru, the nature of nature. What we, your newlogists, or those who understand, and should overstand, called sun verses. Listen to reason. All planets relate in purpose, power, and function, regardless if their waters are on the surface or below. All planets have living beings, be they on the surface or beneath, whether it's animals, humans, or deity. The first, Adam, Kadmon, Zakar, the rememberer, and Eve, Nekeba, Hawa, the mother of all living, was Apsu, one who existed from the beginning, and Tiamat, maiden of life, who were known to the ancient Egyptians or the Gudum Tamarayans as Nu or Noon, deity of the ocean, and Nunet, female deity of the ocean, also called Kinu or Kina, the personification of living kidneys and bladders. Listen to reason. The great Enad, or Oni, or reference to a grand system of 9, in your past called by universe scientists, and it still is, Pluto being a figure of someone's imagination, except as a name of the underworld deity in our solar system. The great Enad, the mighty sun, God, Supra Anun, and his 8 goddess wives, Mercury, Mumu, Venus, Lahamu, Earth, Tiamat, Mars, Marsha, Jupiter, Saturn, Kishar, Uranus, Nutu, Neptune, Ea, and all of their children. Listen to reason. The first Adam, called Atumre, one who existed since the beginning, as known to the ancient Gadum Tamarayans, begat Satuk, symbolic of ignorance, Neptet, symbolic of white corpuscles, 3, Aset, symbolic of red blood cells, Asaru, symbolic of vegetation, Nut, symbolic of the sky or the mind, Geb, symbolic of the earth, the body, Tefnut, symbolic of water or the circulatory system, Shu, symbolic of air, breathing, or breath of life,
And number 9 is Re, coming from the primordial waters of, or Nun, deity of the etherical waters, Apsu, the deity of the ocean, and his consort, confidant, wife, deity, Nunet, created in the image likeness of Huhi, deity of creative will, whose triad is Hu, Huhi, Hua, the utterance or eternal breath. Listen to reason. Hu, pronounced in tones, Hu, the deity of utterance and creative will, who created Hu, Mims, Mims, deity of birth, and Hu, Mens, deity of fertility, called Nun, whose confident consort or wives are called Nunets, who are the self-created sunbeams of the etheric waters called quarks in quantum physics, known as Gorkats, or I'm sorry, y'all, Gurukats. I'm sorry, in Nuwabic, Gurukats. Notice the similarity in our phonetics for the word Nuwabic. For the Nuwabic word cherub, Garabat, cherubim meaning those who are near or mighty man, and the Nuwabic word quarks, quarks, and the Aksumat deity Geb, endowed in the highest form of matter, non-matter from non-space and non-time, whose physical body is in a supreme state or etherical body ranging from 7, 8 on to 9 ether, affirming triple darkness from the quarks, Biaps and Zels or Zeds, the root to all thinking, called brain newts, nodes in Noon science. What mundane philosophers call nous, O Sejatet or Sarafat, Rashuna, Garbat, and Nebat, Rasula, who are El Nabiyat, who are of the positive Patahite forces of absolute nature. Natiru. Know this, our time is now, which is made up of multiple thens, past, whens, futures, and nows, presents, which is encoded into your genetic matrix called the black print, or your DNA and RNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid set to go off now, but not at this exact moment, present day and time, though one should be living in the reality of the present, which you have experienced multiple nows, was set to be reactivated when you begin to tune in to and become one with this channel 9 frequency and its supreme news called Nuwabu, appointed by Natir Shil Natiru. El Nabu, the news bearer, Jehudimat, also called Neb Shu Atunre, is a receiver, messenger, and apostle, Rasulet, of Nuwabu, the oversoul, Nupu, also called a Nunibu, adherent of Nupu, is a liberator for all peoples of the world, and some verses beyond. This Nunibu is especially concerned for his kindred by blood, genetics, and absolute nature. At one time, all of what is called today Africa or Afrikia, which means to divide, and Asia, Asyu, and some surrounding parts, were all one land called Ethiopia or Cush and Kish in the pre-Bible times, now called El Habasha or Pangea. Pan, meaning Greek demon of music, also called the Pied Piper, and Gaia or Gaia, deitess, and also a former name of earth to mundane scientists. The conveyor and El Yazm, initiate of True Culture Society, worshipful master of Nemo, Nemo, New Ethiopian Masonic Order, Grand Master of the Order of Nun, On, or Anu, Annu, which is the city of the sun, y'all. A devotee, Karumi, of the Sons of Nun, Sun, S-U-N, a professor of Nun University, and a neophyte, or Mutalib, of the New Ethiopian Order, as Neo. Also a member of the New Unified Temple called Lawiy, Bar, Hari, Zodok, Shamuel, an aspirant of New Jadu Ethiopian Aksum Order Ma'at, has been elected, appointed, and accepted by the all and the positive forces of nature to deliver and pass along this message of correct information rendering one knowledgeable, wise, or an elite of nature. The journey we are embarking on together within all time, all space, within existence, El Kul or Nupu, the all, not encountered by the behemoth, the beast, and H.I.M, and the human beings, the children of the Alahum. The soul noise, as we begin to travel up in our degrees of thinking and knowledge, which comes from El Kalum, with a superior overstanding, 720 in all degrees, 360 degrees of spiritual or ethereal state, the circle, and 360 degrees of the physical state, the material state, 360 degrees of the physical material state, the square. Listen to reason. You should know and understand by now that our ancestors, the Neteru or Anunnaki, those who Anu sent to Gui or Gi or Earth, are your descendants, Pichnovians, Patahites, or Pygmies, which began with the opening of the seventh seal in 1970 AD and was the revealing of all things hidden or unknown. Listen to reason. In a true culture society, there will be no hidden knowledge or mysterious knowledge. If knowledge is to benefit oneself, then it is a benefit to all of one's self kind, and therefore it should be available to all. And that knowledge is the correct information in any field of study, learning systems, and even spiritual systems and programs of absolute nature, on or anu. For all programs and systems are a part of almighty nature, coming from either end of all space, all matter, and all time, called by us, Nunibus, the Samak, space, matter, and time, circle of absolute nature. Almighty nature is the omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, omniquintessent, omnipresence. The one supreme being, which exists on our top half of the circle called all space, all matter, and all time, is called also Nupu or Nunipu. And Nupu Nun, Atum, at its pinnacle. And the bottom half of the smash circle is called Nupu or Anun, which is the exact opposite of the positive forces of nature. The negative forces of nature are also called Zun or Zu for short, meaning the animal kingdom. Zun is the animal kingdom, king of the animals. Anun is the sacred one of the Ethiopian Patahites and Shuites. Zupu, also symbolic for the zodiac, the animal cycle, from the original science called solar or sun biology. The sun circle or cycles, also called the sundial or raw dial or the Shemesh dial by the ancient Tamarayan and the Neteru. Nature is all in all, also called in this scroll El Neteru Shir Neteru, the nature of nature. Listen to reason. We are nature's nobility from the nine side of opposites of absolute nature. The letter by letter meaning of the word nine is noble, intelligent, nurturing Ethiopian, which is the head race of and from the positive side and forces of nature called Noons or Nous. The brain newts or mental reservoir called the many upper rooms in my father's house, for us, Aksumat, Ethiopian. We are the children of the etheric beings from the positive 180-degree Yah side of El Neteru Shin Neteru, all in all, giving us the ability to rise up in divinity. From mental, spiritual, and physical death, we shall be resurrected, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And now, as time gets closer to now, our vision gets clearer. We become more soulfully resurrected from the bottomless grave, the bottomless pit of the Zupu, animal cycle of evolutionary times. Listen to reason. The supreme being only exists at 1 degree at a time. Nupu, order, at one time, and Zupu, chaos, at another. And we are now at point 3 south of the smack circle of cosmic order and chaos, symbolic of the sacred seat of the sun, Anunre. Reiteration and repeats of this in and out formation, this in and out formation to help aid in learning and remembering mid formation. Listen to reason. Listen to reason. One should meditate on these precepts and percepts of Channel 9 News daily. giving out the correct information using nine-mind intellect, and natir she natiru. Let the all, cool, be your guide, hadith, and beacon of light in life, and by avoiding the lust of Lucifer and his fallen Luciferians, 200 disagreeable Anunnaki, or Yahwehans, cherubims, simply called way, which is 180 degrees negative. For as Qadman received the warning, and as warned by Malachi, you are now again being warned by the Arch Angel Gabriy'El. The character of the disagreeable Anunnaki is rebelliousness, which invokes only that which is disagreeable. And this disagreeable nature is what Qadman must not fall to. The disagreeable Anunnaki were created as a reflection of the agreeable he created. This reflection came forth with the force and velocity of a wind, a hot poisonous wind, Nar al-Samun. This is parallel to when Anu Aliyun El, most glorified and exalted, illuminated the light of Mikael, and then he divided that violet light into two parts. Light, Nur, is agreeable, and fire, Nar, test from Anu, most glorified and exalted, or what we call disagreeable. The hot poisonous wind is parallel to the fire, and the breath is parallel to the light. These things emanate from his holy soul, the Anunnaki Mikael, the agreeable and the test of that agreeable. From the agreeable soul, Sarafat were created, the heavenly Gurbat, or disagreeable Alehim. This does not mean that Anu, most glorified and exalted, gets angry at human beings. He overstands anger. But the things which the Anunnaki, most glorified and exalted, sends down in their anger are tests for you. There will be many tests for human beings, and you will cool his anger by passing these tests. Through practicing his statutes. So the hot poisonous wind is not agreeable unless fire is placed before it. If the light or nur was placed before the word samun or nur al-samun, the light of the wind, then it would denote something agreeable. However, al-samun, fire of the hot poisonous wind, by itself means something disagreeable. So therefore, those born of light or nur and those born of the fire or nar, the fire makes the wind poisonous. It can kill. It's called smoke inhalation. Please remember our etheric parents, 9 to the 9th power of 9, where we inherited our kingly crown and our ways of life, called Nuwabu and Nupu, called by Noon Omniversal Unified Scientists, Nous, in rhythm and noon, in rhythm and noon in tones, called by mundane scientists, Nulogy, the science of science. Nous is nous in the Webster's New World College Dictionary in Greek. Nous, meaning mind, reason, or intellect, specified as a metaphysical principle, the mental reservoir called by spiritualists the Akasha records, and to Christians it is known as the Book of Life, and the Book of Death, also known as the records of the disagreeable beings, called the Azarit, sitting in Sijin, referred to in El's Holy Qur'an. We are novas, for the word nova, meaning new star, or new stars of noon, referenced also to the deity Nu. Intellectus, for the word intellect, which is Anu, lecture, or speaker of the word that existed in the beginning, means to perceive, understand, the ability to reason, and or understanding, or to perceive relationship differences, power of thought, the mind, great mental ability, or connect to a mind or mental reservoir. Order, which is our rendering of the word, ordre, I'm sorry, y'all, which is our rendering of the word order, and the definition and meaning of the word order, which is the first principle in every guild, religion, and organization, called Ma'at, by us Tamarayans, a social position or ranking in the community, a state of peace and serenity, observance of the law, orderly conduct, the sequence or arrangement of things or events, series, succession, a fixed or definite plan, system, a law of arrangement, a group or class of persons set off from others by some trait or quality, an established method or system, as of conduct or action in meetings, supplication or courts, etc., rendering us N-E-O, a non-dimensional order appointed by the All or El Kalum. To theologians, we are known as the Anointed Ones, meaning those wiped clean, clean from filth of the West and its non-submitting fools. And to the historical community, we are known as the Ancient Ones. And in a motion picture film by Warner Brothers called The Matrix, stolen from a Nubian writer named Sophia Stewart, we are referred to as the character Neo, called the One. Hence the name of our new Ethiopian order, called the NEO or NIO, known to us simply as the Sun People or people of the sun, now called solenoids. The word soul or sal is Latin for the sun. Listen to reason. Don't be confused by the fictitious and falsehoods created by the amber light beings, Illuminati, and extraterrestrial entities known as Luciferians, serpent children, members channeling down information to script writers in Hollywood, but we are really living in a matrix or system set up by these lunatics or lunar beings or disagreeable beings from the satellite moon called Luna. The master teacher, Noble Nayath, Malachi Z. York L, 360, 720 degrees, came giving us what we wanted, so we would want what he had to give. And that's right knowledge, right wisdom, for a right understanding. The science called Nulogy, or Noon, whose sacred way of life is Nupu in tones, also called Nati in our Masonic degrees. Our master teacher takes all devotees that remain loyal on a long journey on a short path with a do-it-yourself formula to resurrect the deity within oneself, Nunibus. Becoming a student of the Grand Hierophant Tahuti, who is Tuti in non-ether form, giving one the ability and power to control and use the green light, the most powerful healing force in the sun verses, known as Malachite, a green carbon. Nabuhu Unu Nupu, Lawiy Zodok Shamu'il, is a doctor of theology, history, and comparative religious studies, as well as Semitic language, and now Nulogy, meaning the science of understanding, now called the science of sound right reasoning. Also a doctor to cure the untruth with pure facts. With these 19 affirmations, I listen to the voices of my Creator sent by the Most High, and I look for the signs of the Most High. I want to help open the eyes of the world to right knowledge, truth, and facts. I will follow the Lamb in true faith. Our Messiah, the man of the times, Dr. Malachi Z. York, forerunner of the Messiah, his flesh and blood son, Atunre, Yahshua HaMashiach of 2,000 years ago. I greet all in peace with a sincere heart. I pray with an open heart, and I seek the true light inward. I follow the laws of the holy tablets and Nitir, Shir Nitiru. I will not kill or even commit suicide, for it is a sin. Wrong. I don't steal or lie, and I am not cruel to children and animals. I don't disobey the laws of the government in which I live. I am nonviolent, and I don't become drunk or intoxicated or eat unclean things. I don't hate any race, creed, religion, or sexual orientation. I don't tell you what to eat, who to like, how to think and feel. I ask you, let's work together for a better world. Let's correct our wrongs. Let's apologize to those we hurt because of religion. Let's work together to build a better place for our children. Let's avoid gossip and slander. Let's forgive and seek forgiveness. Let's enjoy life. It is short. Let's respect the laws of nature and the sources of it all, the all. We can't take that which is evil and turn it good. Along with our daily affirmations, supplications, and channelings, or taful, prayer, which is now called the memorandum conversation with our oversoul, Atumre, in almighty nature, scientifically called Nupu, rendering to us as its pristine purity rendered to us as its pristine, pure opposite, called Nuapo, of the true culture, called Nun, Atunre, or Nu Panun, Anu, all nature united, the Most High, Shinatiru, nature of nature, will transmit all transmissions of this cosmic frequency, which is encoded with the green, purple, violet, and also the black light. These are divine revelations, revealings for your present day and time, as I begin to reintroduce to you all here reading and or listening to the reader. Listen to reason. Nuwabu means to convey a message and sound right reasoning. There must be a conveyor and listener. The conveyor is life and the listener is existence. Listen to reason. We luminaries, the true stars, are preparing for our journey into the galactic or upper heavens and beyond. So we have to be prepared, learning to change from a physical being to an etherical being at will, as Anu. By changing the density of thinking and your thought patterns, and learning to use and master the master organ, called by mundane scientists the brain, which is connected to a mental reservoir, nous or logos, a special gift from the ancestors, which are our descent, simply termed the mind. Applying the mechanics of the mind help ones clear up the muck and 99% of the spookism and lies that invade our space, matter, and time. Renunciation of all names, titles, objects, kindred, characteristics, and even personalities, mind, body, and soul. All that ends up left is the true self. Non-attachment does not mean give up your responsibilities to society and life itself. Non-attachment helps one balance out the grooves of the mind by helping polarize each pitch novian's emotion, bringing the pitch nova more clarity and making their vision clearer. Let it be remembered always and let it be known. True peace, y'all. Islam.
Islam. Yeah.
That was called the. That is called the. Hold on. I think it's a message of Ra. Let me lie, y'all. Let me go to it. Yeah, that is Eyes of Ra 101 or Seers of Ra 101. So that chapter real important for those who study in the law and everything that they doing, because you get to see, who really standing on a square out here. And I clear up the muck and mire for y'all, especially dealing with Nuwabu and all these different schools of thought. Because if you go and look at what I did, we bridged the gap between all the different schools, even the ones that they said that Dr. York had no participation in, which I proved without a shadow of a doubt that the 9-ball liberation information that came from the master teacher, it all meshed perfectly, and it's the direction that we are supposed to be going in this day and time. True peace?
Yes, true
Yes,
peace.
peace.
And that was to add on what the Mufti said earlier, y'all, about being prepared, especially those who have plans 5 years ahead of now, but not really in alignment with divine nature. True peace.
Exactly.
Because they plan a plan, but Allah plan a greater plan, right?
Islam. Islam.
Islam. True.
Most definitely.
Y'all go ahead and build.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute out. Y'all can go ahead and build. Anybody got questions? Anything they want to ask about the reading, or they want to get a copy? Any donations and things like that? Temple dues, bonds, back channel the HRI, Dr. Shalom Alak, and we'll get with y'all about that. And the floor is open. True peace. I'm gonna mute up or land my plane. Hold on, mute. True peace. Yeah, the floor is open, y'all. Y'all can go ahead and add to the floor. Anybody want to build? Anybody got questions? We got a newcomer in, Noble Chaza, new member of the temple. Y'all want to greet the brother. Also we got brother Robert down there below. He also a newcomer to the temple. To become an official member, like I said, y'all can inbox Dr. Salam Alak to get the link to the school, and then that way, matter of fact, I might as well just change it on here, so y'all can just go directly to the school, because the main site is down for right now, so y'all can just go directly to the school.
So I'm just
So
gonna
I'm just gonna
reflect on a few points that we mentioned earlier, before, or when we were earlier in the congregation. Now it's very important to pay dues, but um, we also reflected on the fact of how many Moors out there charging and conning people. Well, I really don't even like using the term Moor with them, because in reality they're not living up to the full attribute of it. But I suppose so, since by birthright, right? So we can't take that way. But they shouldn't charge you for certain things, like getting naturalized and nationalized, things like that. But the temple dues are very important, because that's what we thrive off of. Like the noble had mentioned, that the noble Juali was speaking of in the beginning. They were just paying 25 to 50 cents every week. And their goal was to save up 1,000, so that way they could have that much in the treasury to go ahead and write a bond on it in order to build certain things. And this is our temple here, and we have that same opportunity to do the same here, through the same facets. So I'm just reminding people, put your money where your faith is, put your money where your mouth is, and just go ahead and do that, because that's really what it is. I understand we got bills to pay, just like everybody else got bills to pay. And whenever everybody is ready to come in, or whenever anybody is ready to come in and commit to a project that they wrote up, well, then of course, there will be funds available for that project. This is not just for us. This is not, you will never catch us going into that particular account and buying a Benz with it, or buying anything else with that. There's going to be a portion of that allocated strictly for bills, and then the rest is, for project dues. So, of course, respectfully, whenever there's a project that needs to be done, those funds will of course be available. to for those individuals that wanted to step up and take that responsibility. And with that, I yield.
True peace, true peace. Thank you, Noble. True peace, true peace. Yeah, we getting everything together, and so essentially, like with the taxes, the dues, and the emergency fund contribution, uh, you know, the system was pretty much well endowed, from the beginning, and so we have a lot of confusion because we lack a lot of discipline as a people, and when it comes to being in uniform, we miss the things that was given to us as far as in remedy and in retrospect for us, to navigate and operate through the seas of commerce. So, now that we getting more of the groundedness as a whole, as a unit, and that beacon of light, goes out, more people that have been trying to, be a part of an actual pristine organization that understands, what it means to operate in this day and time, and the level of sciences that we're dealing with and knowledge, as far as quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and just being able to keep up with the wave of things, and prepare our people to be, of that, special status of people that they actually have the right to be. And that's a part of, the sacred order of things, and actually learning how to go about being a part of those sacred orders, and actually understanding that Rotarian, complexion that we have, like the divine prophet said, and what it means to be Moorish. We are not just, a race, we are a family. And so therefore we have to understand we have a genetic order. So, we wanted to throw that on top of what the noble just said. True peace. True peace. True peace. I'm gonna play some information for us while we're here.
Greetings,
Greetings,
Noble.
Noble. Hey, how y'all doing, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Peace.
yes, indeed.
I just wanted to, sorry about earlier. I've been moving around, got my kids and stuff, but I just wanted to, take the time to thank y'all for allowing me to be here, and for y'all holy day. All of this is new to me. I'm just listening in and taking in, everything that y'all are talking about and sharing with me, and well, everybody that's part of it, but, um, I'm gonna make this definitely a part of my my schedule, my routine, something that I constantly learning, that I put on my schedule, something where I'm constantly doing something to bring back. Um, and I appreciated all the information that y'all are sharing. I just wanted to say that, take the time uh, to thank y'all.
It's, it's an honor to have you, know.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Noble. I appreciate you for showing up. You know, how can I say? Uh, the chaplain always has some kind of I don't want to say agenda, but he always has something ready. You know, on Friday. Um, so we're always going to deliver something, but we can only do our part. You know, and half of the journey is just showing up. You know, and I appreciate you for showing up, Noble. Thank you.
True peace. True peace. All's well, Noble.
Yeah, man, we got hit pretty bad out here with the snow and ice. Last couple of days we've been without power. We're still without power now. But I mean, we got the fire going, spending some good quality time with the kids and just enjoying this time together, because it's been a busy year. It's been a busy year. We've been good, been moving, and this just gave me a little pause, a little slowdown to enjoy this time with the family.
That's right. That's what this is about. This family time. And our Saturday is actually our family day on our schedule. So we actually encourage people to kind of start their own ministries. You know, that's what this is about. Uh, Especially us as the World Temple, as a global ministry. Uh, and you know, we do it as global interfaith. I'm gonna play something.
Takes place in the universe and what took place in the universe. So I am not him as per se Michael. I am doing Michael's job. That's why it says, I send mine angel. The angel is the spiritual part that inspires the man. You see? Yes. It was necessary for Master Farad Muhammad to appear as a person in a physical form to inspire a physical man because they were living in a mystery world. Okay? Michael has come into me as a spiritual being and influences the way I feel and think and what I say. All this information I'm putting out here, I'm telling you, brother to brother, eye to eye, ear to ear, cheek to cheek. I could not do it myself. I'm amazed at some of the information that comes to me from this man, Michael. You know what I'm saying? He astonishes me. I have to go back sometime and read the books myself. People ask me questions. I say, wait, let me go look it up. Because it's just not mine. And I'd be a fool to try to claim it. So Michael is moving through me to herald in the Messiah. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. The initial question that I asked was that in the heavens, when you speak about it in Revelation, there was a war in the heavens. And from reading the doctrine, I thought I understood that there was a war prior to Iblis being brought amongst the seraphim. And I was confused as to how could they rebel if will came with Adam? Was this prior to the advent of Adam when the cherubim rebelled? Or was it with the advent of Adam and him teaching will to Iblis?
It's who he rebelled to. You see, will is the right to make decisions. Half of 180 is 90. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So those angelic beings were making decisions, but none of their decisions was put before or questioning Allah's divinity or his purpose, because there was nothing in the heavens to question that. When Adam was promised into existence, which is in the book of the Suhuf, then they want to know, right? What is this kind of being? Prior to that, all they had was seraphims and cherubim. And both of these were broken up into races like we are today. But there was no spiritual competition. There was no reason to question the divine or the divine's purpose. Man today on earth questions the divine's purpose. What am I doing here? Why am I here? Why did he create evil? Why did he do this? Why did he do that? That's how you know the war between good and evil is about to start again, because here's a man with 360 degrees trying to get back to his 720-degree nature, and he's starting to use his 360 degrees to question things in the spiritual realm, when his 360 only covers him on the physical realm. You think what I'm saying? Now the angels in their realm, their 90 was equivalent to your 360. They could think. You follow? So yes, you're correct. There was conflict between the angels prior to the conflict between Michael and Azazel. Because there was two. There was another realm that existed. That's why the angels said, are you going to create one to cause mischief and shed blood? How would angels know about the shedding of blood if they were just spirits or ghosts? They knew about the shedding of blood because they knew of the battles of the angels in heaven before. That wasn't a thing. No, see, I think the bottom line is no will is questioned until you question the will of Allah. Inshallah, mashallah. No will is questioned. So it means when the angels made decisions in heaven, it didn't mean they could not think or make decisions to do or not to do. It meant they could not make decisions to do or not to do what Allah commands until the spark of the nature of man was created. And when it was created, anything created in the spiritual realm affects all spiritual beings. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So when the spiritual spark of Adam's nature was being created to incarnate physically, the angels were receiving that energy. It was in a realm. So as then they said, well, who is that? Or what is that? And where is his destiny? Are you creating another Azazel, another cherub to rule? You follow that? And that was what they feared. So when they was told to prostrate before Adam, they were not rebelling merely against Adam. They were rebelling against Allah. Because the essence of the question is, check this now, and I've got to be careful with this because it's part of 360 again. Right? The essence of the question is that if they do bow, if the angels do bow, then they're bowing to something other than Allah. Now if Allah tells the angels to prostrate, and yet tells them that no one should prostrate to nothing but them, maybe Azazel did the right thing by not prostrating. He was the only one who didn't prostrate. Because if they prostrated to Adam, then it was going against the law that you shouldn't prostrate to nothing but Allah. Or there was a different law in the heavens at the time. You see what I'm trying to say? It goes into dimensions of it gets heavy.
Is the answer to that going to be in the book?
Yeah, oh definitely. Answer's not going to be in the question book. The answer's going to be in the answer book. I'm putting the question book out because I want to see that dumb look on the Sunni Muslim's face when they can't answer these things. And then I want to answer them with ease and say, now bear witness to whom Allah sent.
Thank you, brother. I just have one more question. The initial question was Michael asked to bow down also. Was he amongst those who was asked to bow down, or because of his 720 degrees of knowledge, was he exempt from that?
No, Michael was not asked to bow down.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question about forgiveness. Who are we supposed to forgive, and how do we forgive what has happened to us?
All right? We are not supposed to forgive anybody. Allah is the forgiver. The white man is a fool when he stands up and tells me to forgive everything he did to me. And if I did attempt to forgive him, I still would not forget it. Which means the moment I see traces of it pop up again, any form of racism, for instance, someone say, well, I don't have anything against colored people. Some of my best friends are colored. Immediately, white people, when they say that, they think they're complimenting you and they're really insulting you. You're not asked to forgive them. The Jews, and I'm quoting Minister Louis Farrakhan now, the Jews don't want no forgiveness from the Germans. They still hunting them down and doing to them what they accused them of doing to them, hanging them and burning them. They hung some guy who was almost 80 years old for their Holocaust. Well, black man, we had a Holocaust too. Millions of us died in the past. Between Africa, as they call it today, and America, millions of black people died, man. And then when you got here, they sold you like a piece of meat. They separated your families. They molested and raped the women and the little girls to breed. And they made men who are certain tribes breed with certain women so they can get bucks, as they call them. Big, strong niggas to work the field. And if any black man rebelled, they castrated him, or they hung him, or they beat him all throughout the South. And they formed an organization to enforce it, call it the KKK. And then the sheriff's department to enforce, to hold back all the religious ones. They call them sheriffs, because the word sheriff is from the word sharif, which is a noble family of the Prophet Muhammad. That was a special branch of officers that worked with the clan and wore a six-pointed star, and they call themselves the sheriff, short for sharif. You understand? They are still beating us today, still shooting us dead and getting off like they ain't did nothing. Still poisoning us, using us for operations to experiment with AIDS, experiment with syphilis, depriving us of our education. You know, it's so funny, the blacks went out their way in the 17th century to form a black lodge called the Prince Hall of Masons. And then when they brought all their minutes to them in London, they rejected it because they were niggas. You had to be an Anglo-Saxon Christian. You know, blacks, instead of telling them what to do, they went off and formed their own lodge anyway. To want to be like white people, the Prince Hall Lodge is true. You know it is. What has the white man ever done for me and you but abused us? Come on, man. I want to know the truth. I had too many black people say, all white people ain't bad. All the bacteria and AIDS ain't bad. I'm not interested in all of it. I'm interested in the one that can kill me. So I'm not going to accept AIDS because all the bacteria in AIDS is not bad. You're right. We might find, one white good person. And we'll call him Cherub or Azazel. And we'll try to raise him amongst us like they did the New Kids on the Block. Raised amongst blacks. Their music produced by a black man, had black girlfriends, and then soon they got some authority, now they're white, the number one white group in America. Just like Azazel, the angel. Raised amongst us out of mercy, and what he do? Caused a war in the heaven and caused everybody to be cast to earth. And then a hell be created. No, we ain't supposed to forgive them no more than they want to forgive the Germans for what they say the Germans did to them. And no more should they expect the Japanese to forgive them for what they did to the Japanese. No, we ain't forgiving you, because you don't even have enough, they don't have enough to say they're sorry for what they did to you. They give you February as Black History Month, and you bragging, and that's the shortest month in the year. They gave you the shortest month, and that 1 month out of the year, they're going to pretend they recognize our blackness. We ain't no 1 month people. We was on the planet before the white man fell out of us as a disease. Like Minister Louis Farrakhan said, we are their mothers and fathers. And you better honor your mother and father so that your days may be long on this planet. Because we getting ready to spank you for all the devilishment you're doing like a parent does. And we're going to spank you with love because we're not as wicked as you are. We don't want to kill you. We don't want to hang you, and we can't castrate you. We don't want to do these things to you that you did to us. We just want you to either respect us or leave us alone. That's all, one or the other. Either respect us for who we are or leave us alone and let us build for ourselves. Let us reprove ourselves. Can y'all relate to that? Let us prove ourselves. Stop giving us your image of Negroes. All of us ain't no Rochester. All of us ain't no Sammy Davis Jr. All of us ain't no Ben Reed. We ain't no tap dancers. We don't go around showing our teeth. We don't be flopping into watermelon rhymes. We are not like that. You just show the public what you want to see because you're afraid to show them the gods amongst this nation. But you're going to have to test with the gods because the Nubian nation is on the rise.
I heard a brother say that in the Quran, it says that men and women are equal, only the men are a degree above women. How are we equal? I don't understand.
Insofar as Allah created us of the same substance, we both have a mind and a soul. We both stand before Allah as individuals. No man is more religious than any woman. No woman is more religious than any man. We have all the same potential. The only thing that makes women appear to be a notch beneath men is the fact that it takes us a couple of minutes to drop a seed and it takes you 9 months to cultivate. That's all. And if any answer is telling you women out there, you ain't got no soul, you got to get your...
Somebody said something?
I was
I was
just clicking in, you know.
All right.
soul for me. Laugh at him and walk away.
Assalamu alaikum. If we reject Paul as the apostle of Jesus Christ, why quote him in our literature?
If you look at our literature, you see whenever I quote Paul, I quote him in the negative. I will explain Corinthians to show you how Paul is corrupting Jesus' teachings. You follow what I'm saying? But not, whenever I speak of divine revelation, I say it is either the book of Revelation or the book of John, because those two books confirm themselves. All the rest of them are not. They're letters and stories. And none of them even claim to be divine. Only the book of John, son of Zebedee, and the book of Revelation, which is Jesus' Injiyl. And most Muslims make a mistake. If you talk to the average Orthodox Sunni Muslim, he talks about the Injiyl as the Gospels. And he makes it plural, when in Arabic of the Quran, it's El Injiyl, a single, the book of Revelation. Last week, Siraj Wahad said, we believe in the Gospels of Jesus. No, Muslims don't. Muslims believe in El Injiyl, the Gospel of Jesus. Not in the Gospels of Jesus. I wish these brothers would learn how to read their language so they'll see what they're saying and stop making a fool out of all of us in the eyes of the Christians. Go ahead, brother.
So the only books that are correct are Revelation and John. Then.
That's the only books in the New Testament are divine. The other ones are nothing but hadith. They're revelations, but they're hadith. The same way there's hadith that Muslims have by Bukhari and there's hadith that the Jews have called the Talmud, but they're not divine. You're right.
And the second question is when Canaan was cursed, why did he take his sister with him?
In the ancient Hebraic doctrine, when a child was born, a woman and a man, they were destined to be mates. They say betrothal in the scriptures. It doesn't use it. In Israel, if a man child was born, they took a woman child from that tribe, and that person was destined to be their mate without their decision, unfortunately. That was real cruel. But without women's decisions, they were just able to marry them just like that. You follow that?
Yeah.
That's why. So therefore, because Selha was assigned him at birth, she had to go where he said. That was their rituals back then. Don't make much sense today. And plus, you can't get no woman to do that today.
Okay. Ecclesiastic 9:5 states that the dead are conscious of nothing. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, because they speak about two types of death in the Bible, in the book of Revelations. Those that are resurrected from the dead and those that will stay dead. Now, what I mean by that is, righteous people know that they don't die. Righteous people know that their soul just goes from dimension to dimension. You follow that?
Yeah, I got it.
Evil people, their soul burns out. When your soul burns out, you're dead. The Quran says, don't say of my prophets that they are dead. They are not. They are with me. The Quran says we took Jesus, Rafa'ah, up. And it says also Enoch, Idris, was up. So they are dead. But those dead are people who are dead in the truth. They say in Christianity, dead in Christ. You follow what I'm saying? Because they did not rekindle their soul.
You stated in your literature that even right now, if we have our physical bodies and our mind correct, we're able to go to those different planes. Am I right?
Yes, you can. If you line up your spiritual body and your physical body, you will be able to make that. You will make that translation like Enoch did in the Bible.
Okay, can a pale man do that?
Yes, he can. That's a good question. Yes, he can. Only he goes to lower realms. There's upper realms and lower realms. There's Hades and there's Samaria. The devil in a spiritual form travels to lower realms where there's demons. He cannot go up where to the fourth realm where you can. He can astral project downward.
Assalamu alaikum.
I was ever since I read the book Science Creation, there's always been a question that bothered me, and your son Yaqub just brought up to mind when I was talking to him, and that was at the forming of Adam's body when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told, I believe it was Gabriy'El, to go down and collect, I believe, the substance to make it. And Gabriy'El, you know, the substance pleaded with Gabriy'El, no, and Allah sent Miguel. He did the same, and, you know, they didn't do it. And so Allah sent Exile down, and he did, you know, he did it. What Allah told him to do, he did it, bang. And he took the body form Adam. Now, when he did that, Allah told him, because he had no compassion for the forming of Adam's body, he shall be at the forefront collecting souls. I wanted to know, was that a punishment or was that, you know, good?
No,
Because
that was a manifestation of his nature, because Gabriel has been coming to earth repeatedly, and they refer to him as the angel of revelation. And Michael has been coming to earth repeatedly because he is a defender of Tawheed. You follow what I'm saying? What happened is these angels were asked to do something that was not in their nature. Do you understand that?
but this was before, wasn't this before anybody was on the earth?
Yeah, not in their nature. This is what they were destined to be, because their names tell you what they're destined to be.
That's it.
You see, Azazillah name means someone who rebels against something, because man fears death. Gabriy'El means someone who comes forth and brings something. You see that? Michael means Mikael, one who can declare himself like Allah. Not who can declare himself like Allah, but tell me, who do you know is like Allah? So each one of those beings that was sent was assigned by Allah of what man would encounter after his creation. The angel of death, the angel of revelations, and the angel of defense.
I see. So that was all set up. And
Allah, that's how he answered. I know what you know not. Everything Allah does has a meaning. Nothing is just done like we do things, and then we figure out later what we did. No, everything Allah does, everything the Heavenly Father does has a meaning. We cannot wrestle against it. Sometimes mortals don't understand it because it's above us, but that's all part of his being divine.
And also, you say like before there was anything, Allah, there was a state of nothing, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said he created a state of nothingness. Now watch this. Say, for instance, you're a potter. You make pots, plates, glasses, a potter. Now, when you make this cup, you're making this cup to fill it with coffee or tea or whatever you drink.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
No.
Now, let's make it very clear. We mean decaffeinated, because we don't want people to think I say go drink coffee and tea with your drugs. Okay? No, but seriously. Let's say you make this cup with the intention to drink water in it.
No.
When you create it, you create an absence of space, a nothingness. The area where the water is to go when the cup is created before you put the water in it is creating what?
Space, empty space.
A state of nothingness.
Right, yeah.
And then once it is occupied or filled with water, it no longer becomes nothing, it becomes what? Something.
Water, yeah.
When Allah planned to create the creation, he created a state for which the creation could happen, where molecules can be drawn together, and explosions can take place, and cells can breathe, and germs can multiply. You understand that?
No.
That's what he did. First of all, they both are the same thing. It's just that when they break down an atom, it breaks down into molecules. An atom is a constructed amount of molecules moving at a specific speed, forming a certain amount of density. You follow that?
No.
So if you have a specific atom, let's say hydrogen or helium,
right.
You have to have two hydrogens revolving around a nuclei, which forms helium. As you go up the scale of the elements, the amount of atoms and protons or neutrons revolving around electrons, moving around the center, will determine their density. When you break it breaks down into molecules. When you construct it as a number of molecules functioning, it becomes an atom. Okay? Shukran. Assalamu alaikum. How could Revelation chapter 10 verse 1 to 11 be talking about the Quran as a little book when it told Jesus not to copy down what the angel was saying because it was to be prophesied later, but he took the book by orders of the angel and ate it and was to prophesy it again because who was Jesus' father? Allah. No. I mean the angel. Angel who? Gabriel. And who brought the Prophet Muhammad the Quran on Laylatul Qadri? Angel Gabriel. See? So he did. Jesus being the son, the angel did have to digest the Quran before Muhammad even came, and then brought the Quran in the night of power, Laylatul Qadri, to Muhammad. So he had memorized it in its entirety, and then presented it to Muhammad in Laylatul Qadri as a whole book, but only revealed it in portions. But it says that he ate it and it was sweet. It was sweet to the mouth and bitter to the belly. Because the Quran speaks about Zilzala and Ariyat. The Quran has answers to the books of Revelations that are not very pretty. It speaks about the earthquakes of the world and the mountains crumbling in dust and mountains folding like butterflies. So when he read, which was a very beautiful book, what he got out of it was some very terrifying information about the way the world would end. So it was sweet in the mouth, but it was bitter in the belly. You follow? All right, thank you. Also, how do we have a Quran today if Uthman burned the original? You don't have a Quran today because Uthman burned it. And that's one of my biggest arguments to Sunni Muslims. They refuse to accept the Ali Quran. We have in our possession the Quran from Ali, the family of the Prophet Muhammad. The Sunnis do not have original copy. They have a bunch of perverted translations and distorted manuscripts. And once they finally fought about it and got it collected, what they thought was true, they burned the original so nobody could check it. But they overlooked that Fatima and Ali and the family or the Ahlul Bayt had their Quran also. What does Allah mean in Hebrew? Arabic and Hebrew are both dialects of Syriac. The root of both of them is alif. In Hebrew, they say alif, and the word is lam. In Arabic, it's alif, lam. Al, the. Whenever you speak about Allah, you say the. And if a person says the what, you say the. The who, the. The when, the. Allah is al. Then they add illahu on it, that which created it, or that which is the essence of it. They use the word huwa from the root word ha or hawa'a, meaning a kind of love that is divine. Look it up in the dictionaries. Or the word ha alif, meaning for me to present something to you. If I was going to give you something, I'd say ha, which is like here, take this. Not huna, like here, stand here, but ha. So when you put ha on el, you get the source of divine love that presented itself. And it presented himself by ruh to nafakha, by breathing of his own self into you, which gave all human beings the attributes of ishq, called divine love. When it permeates from Allah, it comes down as something that man does not understand, the kind of emotionally concern that man does not understand. When it settles in man, it's known as ishq. When man tries to apply it, it's known as wood. When man does apply it, it's known as hib. Those are dimensions of divine love incarnating as a part of the divine into you. Thus, your heart is painted over with the love of Allah. As mean as you try to be the white people, you really can't be. As tough as you want to be, if a white person falls in front of you, you'll help them up. They don't have that. You got to really become callous as a person not to help a white person. Because black man, black woman, you have the spirit of the Most High moving into you. He breathed into you of his spirit and you became a living soul. So as tough as you try to be, you are as compassionate and merciful and forgiving and loving and kind as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is himself, because he moves through your very being. It's called soul. And And the white people recognize it in you and say those are soul people. If you eat poison food, they call it soul food. And they have their soul this. And in Latino, they say salsa this and salsa that. They know that that is the divine inside you moving, and they hate you for it.
Come home to the Tabernacle of the Most High and get all your questions answered. Or visit the Hall of Knowledge every Sunday afternoon from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at 548 Hart Street, Brooklyn, New York. Or call 718-452-9329. That's 718-452-9329.
There've been so many things that held us down, but now it looks like
Hey, I'm gonna open up another room, y'all.
I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we don't let nothing hold us back. We're putting ourselves together. We're polishing up our act. If you've never been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you get lost in your dreams. Stand in your way. I want you to hear something. Every word I say, every word I say, ain't no nothing now. We're moving up.
True peace, y'all.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, yes.
I'm gonna open up another room.